Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan lain selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Tim X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Hai survivors, saya Bunga dan saya sangat-sangat excited nak share video terbaru saya dengan korang semua. Sebab apa? Sebab ini adalah kempen Free Fire keadaan. Kali ni punya kempen dia lain sikit sebab saya tunjuk sisi yang lain daripada yang lain, yang korang tak pernah nampak, yang korang tak pernah tahu, yang sebenarnya Bunga main game. Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang. Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Ceria. Dengan dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
Hai, nama saya
Saya belum
Jiraya, and we are from Team Princess.
Akan role masing-masing mengikut skill bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula.
dengan bunga main game. Jadi dan saya sangat-sangat Free Fire. Yang korang tak pernah nampak.
Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengar dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IJN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esport.
Hello, I am Jiminio. Hello, I am Jiraya. And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan dua pemain sepanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan line selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Sport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Hai survivors. Saya Bunga dan saya sangat-sangat excited nak share video terbaru saya dengan korang semua. Sebab apa? Sebab ini adalah kempen.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2, day number 3 of the league stages, the final day before we head in for the Great Shuffle. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustache down here with the one and only Husky. We are going to be your casters for the day.
Super exciting. We had a 1 week break because of Eid Mubarak, so very late wishes from me to all of you guys out there, but hope everyone had a great week because I think the action is going to flare up. Tomorrow is the shuffle. Today is where we finally see the teams from Group C run that 8-round marathon. We've seen that from Group A where Geek Fam absolutely popped out. We've seen that from Group B where it was kind of a mixed bag. A lot of teams stepped out. It was day of the underdogs. And I'm excited to see what Group C has to bring to the table today.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Because when you look at the overall leaderboards later on, you'll notice that a majority of Group C teams are at the very bottom, except for one outlier, Anxiety. They've been giving everybody else anxiety by outperforming each and every single other squad. And the ones who are most nervous are the teams of Group A as well as Group B, because this Anxiety has played 4 matches less and at the same time surviving at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, in fact, making it to, I believe, top 5. That's how far Anxiety got by playing lesser matches, right? And that has been a very important team that we focused on when we looked into this very new format of how these teams get to play their games. That's why the numbers, they don't tell the full story. Barring a couple of teams, Anxiety, Geek Fam obviously still at the top. Even after day number 1, it did not matter if day 2 didn't go their way because they had such a massive lead. But Anxiety definitely is the spearhead that represents the group in Group C.
Yeah, and we've been looking at, if or not anybody's going to overtake the dominance of Geek Fam. But it just doesn't seem to be the case just yet, because although they didn't perform all that too well in day number 2, they did enough to still remain dominant in that number 1 spot. But this is still the league stage. This is not even halfway through just yet. What's going to happen at the grand finals, we will have to wait and see, because teams that are dominant at the league stage are not necessarily the ones who are going to be sweeping off the whole competition off its feet now, Husky, is it?
I just want to say that I love it. We have a secondary camera shot because that makes me look really good. Thank you very much, production. Oh, it makes you look good as well. But on top of that, I also think that if there's anything we know about Geek Fam, or if there's anything that a lot of people have been talking about this team, is that group stage doesn't really matter to them. It would be nice cannot expect to kind of show up in the grand finals, because that's where they turn into a different beast. But that's kind of a story for 2 weeks in the future, right? Right now, they are still the team to beat, and I think Anxiety has a really good chance of doing so. Aside from that, aside from Anxiety, there are also a couple of teams that I think needs to step up. I think Todak is one of that teams, a very local name, Orange Esports, new to the scene, but hasn't been doing too well. Let's take a look at the point system as we talk more about this topic. For the point system, it is, as always, when it comes to competitive Free Fire, 12 points for Booyah, all the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th place, and each kill gives you 1 point.
Absolutely, sir. And at the moment, speaking of Orange Esports and them not really doing too great in the competition, I'm actually quite surprised, Husky. They are sitting down dead last right now. The total damage that they have put out there overall is like about 10% of what the top teams in the competition are putting out, which is absolutely ridiculous looking at how decorated this team is and how much of experience they have behind them.
Correct me if I'm wrong, AJ. So recently we did have a separate Free Fire tournament, and I believe the winner is Anxiety, right?
Yes, correct.
So that is a very crazy achievement in the midst of all of this.
Yeah.
When they were taking that break, when we while FFCS was going on, they just went ahead and won another tournament. That's something that I think Anxiety is going to, bring to the table and be a threat to everyone else. And aside from winning and proving yourself to be the best team in the league stage, teams are also fighting for a prize pool.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, the 2,000 Sing dollars at the very top, 2,000 USD at the very top for those who grabbed that #1 spot. At the moment, of course, it looks like it will be grabbed by the one and only Geek Fam, as they have about a 50-point surplus in comparison to K9 Esports, who are right behind them. And as you can see, each and every single team at the league stage will be able to walk away from the competition with a little bit of money in their hands, but only the top 12 will be able to move on to the grand finals, where we will have an even bigger pot for them to pick out from.
Yeah. And as I always say, and I'll keep saying this until the league ends, it's all about how big of a piece of the pie the teams are going to get. And I know it's a bit early to bring this up, but I think the race for 12th place is as tight as it can ever get. Even when we look at some teams like Bloody Hit, who when we first saw them 2 years ago, they were at the bottom of the barrel. They were getting ran over by every single team, but did have some moments where they somehow were the kryptonite to Geek Fam at that point. But right now, if we talk about Bloody Hits, we have to talk about how stellar the performance has been. The improvement that the members on that team has shown us across the past 2 years is incredible, because they are now sitting in 3rd place, just slightly behind K9 Esports, and we do have 2 returning members from the very first inception of the team. Morgana, I think, is kind of the player to watch out for.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Bloody Head, also achieving the golden ratio that we used to talk about a lot as well, making sure your placement points and your kill points aren't that too far away from each other. They've managed to do that, but catching up with the likes of Geek Fam is most definitely gonna be one heck of a challenge. And Group A is where Bloody Head sits, in the exact same group as Geek Fam, so the same number of matches for them, only 4 games. But for Group C, which most of them populate towards the right-hand side of your leaderboard here, they will have 8 matches in the play day in here today, with Never Stop doing quite well on play day #2 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I think Never Stop has kind of shown us their potential, right? Archangels also were trying their best to kind of catch up, but obviously we did see a minor disparity between these 2 teams from Sri Lanka, where I think Never Stop just got a bit more consistent going into the later stages of the game. Though there's one fun fact I gotta quickly point out. Geek Fam averages 104 points over 2 days, but obviously day 1 gave them a very big lead. That's how they achieved that 208 point mark by the end of day #2. But of course, I think today will be no different if Geek Fam brings in that performance that we've seen in the opening week. Though another team that I think is worth mentioning is a Diversity Gaming, right? The representative from Cambodia, and I think that is a team that you have been highlighting very, very often, where they showed up on that very first day and they gave us a taste of what Cambodia Free Fire is all about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Akyok Mer, the team that I did not expect to catch up as quickly based on, their lackluster performance on day #1, seem to have made up for it on day 2. Let's see if or not they can continue climbing up the leaderboards here in day 3. Yes, they do only have 4 matches on their side. As you can see on the schedule here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's going to be the marathon day for Group C, who will be playing each and every single match in the 8 rounds that we have in here. That'll go through Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, Alpine, and then of course we hit the reset button as usual, Husky.
And for the first 4 rounds, we get to see Group A taking the stage, and after that they will be done for the day, and we will look at Group B taking on Group C. And just a reminder to everyone out there, this is the last day before the big shuffle tomorrow, where we will not only swap the teams around and reshuffle the group, we would also restart the entire marathon system, where we have Group A running that marathon for the final time in the league stage, followed by Group B and Group C, just to make it clear. So I think it's very important for some of these teams to really utilize this last day of that first half of the league stage to get as much points as possible before we look at that great shuffle, because I think that's where it really switches up the dynamics of the teams. The teams to watch though, K9 Esports, Todak, and Never Stop. a very balanced roster that we get to look at. One for the Philippines, the Philippine Hell House, Todak, the Swordfishers from Malaysia, and of course Never Stop, the Sri Lanka team that has some up-and-coming performances.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And what a day today for Never Stop, because it's a day of opportunity, because that is the only team from the list of the teams to watch here that is from Group C that will have 8 back-to-back opportunities to prove themselves. Day number 1 and 2 have been quite interesting, with day 1 being the day of, I guess, the biggest challenge for the Sri Lankan teams, right? They just couldn't find their momentum. They couldn't find much of those points in that day. But on day 2 was when we saw Never Stop slowly rise up to, I guess, the same amount of pressure that brothers from Sri Lanka were playing as well.
Yeah. And there were some scenarios where Never Stop and Archangel still couldn't, put that differences aside. They were taking each other out, but that's all, unfortunately, due to circumstances. Let's take a look at the roster of K9 Esports to start the day off. Blank, Wuxi, Superman, Payne, Normain, and Marky. I think Blank personality on the team. He has talked a lot about this team even before we FFCS. He talked about how K9 Esports are very confident that they can get those booyahs, and they have a lot of moments where Blank and Normain felt like the two tip of the spear that leads K9 Esports to victory. Though even though they're in second place right now, there were moments where K9 Esports struggled in that late game phase.
Deals the most damage, the one that grabbed the most number of kills so far first 2 days of the league stages, hitting a total of 23 within the group, and that truly makes the team of K9 Esports a total, I would say, not just a dangerous squad to take on out there, but also a very risky squad to meet.
The name is prestigious, but the performance so far still has a lot to work on, right?
Correct.
Especially when they brought in Exact, a former member of Geek Fam, a person who has been to the World Series 2 times. New environment, but still retaining his own role. I think that's what Toda has to work out, because I think the first day, especially, we see Exact take up a lot more responsibility when he's playing the Russia, when he's playing as the front line, and that kind of didn't work in Todak's favor. Maybe today is going to be different, because I think with Exact's addition, Todak definitely has a
as well as Afix in a lot of those engagements, but the surprise
even when we first saw him 2 years ago, he was one of the most consistent players, right? When we look back at Exact with all the other ex-members or some current members of Geek Fam, top 12, but it's getting there. It's Never Stop. Zenze, Santa, Aquila 99, and Sana. One of the few teams, I think, that only has 4 players, so you don't have any substitute. They are playing from Sri Lanka, so it's the see them, and there definitely is some struggles when it comes to adjusting to this hyper-aggressive meta that Malaysia and Philippines bring to the table, and even Cambodia sometimes. So day 1 was really rough, but I think day 2, Never Stop, and especially, has found certain ways to make it to the later stage of the game and even contribute to affecting the game state of other teams.
I'm so glad that they are listening in. I'm so glad that they're making the right decisions, right? Because on day number 1, the biggest qualm that I had with this team was all of it was not an aggressive matchup that they were taking. They knew that the priority was to get into that final circle. And I'm so glad to see that not only were they able to bring that play in, but able to execute that play quite well as well.
It was pretty hilarious, because when we look at Kalahari, it's always them and Archangel, and sometimes you just wonder why can't they just change. And that was a question I believe that you did ask, I think, on day 1, if why are teams hot dropping? Like why won't a certain team leave? And I think my answer to that was maybe that's what they practice, right? Especially when we look at teams from different regions, like Cambodia, like Sri Lanka. Fam all the way, and I think they're really comfortable with that, and that's something that I like from these teams. Do not give ground, because if you give ground, you've already lost a first quarter of the round.
Yeah, I do not disagree, right? But Diversity Gaming also needs to understand that Geek Fam, there's a reason why they're #1 on the leaderboard so far. They are the most dominant team in the league, and nobody else has been able to contain them, except for that one situation where they did manage to chase Geek Fam out of the clock tower spot itself. Lankans, I think 2 days of play day during the league stage has been enough education to make sure they do not hot drop anyone else today. If they do, I will lose my mind for sure.
I think that is also a very good spot that they are in right now. The fact that they are in Group C, right? Can you imagine if they had to play that marathon on that first day? That would be a huge loss for the two Sri Lankan teams. But the fact that they only get to play now and they have that one extensive week to prepare, they gotta show up today, right? I think the bar has been set really high. There's a lot of expectations for Never Stop and Archangel to not necessarily 12, but at least give us a good enough performance to convince us that they can be in top 12.
And I think that is exactly what we're going to see in here today. A lot of hype behind the Sri Lankan teams. Let's see if or not the Archangels as well as Never Stop will be able to live. Then getting into the second half of the league stage, it's not going to be impossible to, bring in some improvements, but you want to have that sort of momentum getting into the second week for sure. I mean, because compared
but we got one extra day in the grand finals, and the best part is the rounds that the teams play in the league stage is actually the same. 32 rounds in total, just that you have 2 days where you really have to buckle up, and today is the day for Group C. I'm not worried about anxiety at all. I think they are doing just fine. I'm not worried about the other teams as well, except for the Sri Lankan teams, because I believe that they have the most to prove today.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, with anxiety winning the do bring in the pressure plays in some of these matches, we're not really in that competition. So the comparison might not be apple to apple all that true, but Anxiety has already managed to prove that if they can get it done elsewhere, bringing that momentum into this competition should be able to fuel the boys, unless winning that prize pool from the other competition has allowed them to kind of just, ease off of the pressure that they bring into the competition. Hopefully that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have the heavy hitters like Geek Fam in that tournament, but we do have, teams like K9, we have other teams like for the Hard to Get that's not in FFCS, but it's X Divinity. So we do have some pretty veteran, boxes in that ring. So I think it's a decent benchmark to gauge where Anxiety is at right now. And for everyone out there, do remember that we don't know when it's going to pop up, and when it does, you better be ready to grab it and insert the code. It's only eligible for people playing on a Singapore server, and you got to claim it before 30 p.m. As long as you type in the code correctly, you will be able to get it.
Absolutely, and if you do not manage to grab the code, we do apologize. We will not be able to help you in any way whatsoever, but your friends will be able to help you out. Since it is not a quantity limited code, I'm very sure they'll be more than happy to share those codes with you in the comment section, so look out for that. This is going to be game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we hop on into Bermuda. It is going to be a game of, let's see who takes the hot drop on someone else. Geek Fam is not going to be too worried at all. The players of Bloody Heads right down below them picking up the compound, but it is a situation that is
I feel like they got half the message right. Do not hot drop Geek Fam, but they hot drop someone else. And Watch and Learn have started the round off with 2 kills already. And do be reminded that the revive system is online. That's how GeekFam won the very first game, despite being down 3 guys thanks to Diversity Gaming. But in this case, I think it's a bit harder for Diversity Gaming to run that same storyline because Watch and Learn have hunted 3 of them down. They were able to sneak 1 last survivor away. So if there's any repetition of that miracle, we'll see if that one lone survivor can get the team back and get them into the final circle.
Yeah, let's see exactly what they pull off with this play as the players of Watch and Learn slowly disengage from this battle. It will be the good response that the players of Watch and Learn bring into this matchup after getting those initial 3 kills already, not getting too greedy at all, allowing the players of Diversity Gaming to bring in some of those revive plays and potentially pick up more kill points for themselves a little bit later on, Husky.
So far, I think, you know, this is definitely a slower start. In fact, the first 2 days we kept saying that, oh my goodness, there is so much action that it's a good thing, you know. I do enjoy all these early actions, contrary to, you know, the past few leagues where teams are playing it really safe. But I think we're reverting back to that a bit, where the teams have gotten comfortable, they've done enough homework, and they decided that sometimes it's just not worth taking those early fights, which is why we see a lot more teams not going for those hot drops, barring Diversity Gaming, which did change their drop spot, but forgot that, you know, the map is occupied by other teams as well, aside from GeekFam. Speaking of Diversity Gaming, the kid so far is alone at Bima Sakti Strip, so that's good news for him. But for every other team, I'm surprised that there are so many teams on the outskirts of Bermuda.
Yeah, Papa 44 joins him as well, and it looks like Diversity Gaming is going to be with a full squad in a little bit. Farang just holding on to the edge of the next safe zone, so that's not going to be something that they will not be able to play well for themselves. As the players of Eternal Watch and Learn continue looting up, they have to be really careful here, because just beyond the horizon, we see the players of Archangel slowly flying in towards them. That vantage point held on by the Archangels might just be exactly what it takes to shut down the players of Eternal Watch and Learn. Let's see exactly how that engagement breaks down as Neverstop takes over Cape Town to continue their looting progress.
Again, with how centralized the circle is, and so many teams still deciding to skim the circumference of the safe zone is a bit surprising, but at the same time it gives them so much more leeway to work with. That's what we saw on the screen just now for Never Stop running around Cape Town, but no escape. It's not going to be that lucky though, especially when iPants is running uphill like this. 2 members of Archangel will be waiting for him. They're going to make contact instantly. He used the time turner and a couple of glue walls to protect himself, and the rest of No Escape decides to make contact at this point. Archangel have a lot more angles that they can work with, and Roma just gets an instant punish onto iPants. That should be a confirmed kill. But Ariel was able to at least gun down Guns and knock him out. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be a confirmed kill for now. Though with the high caliber bullet, they were able to do so. Watch and Learn, they do join the party though.
Roma unfortunately got tagged up well there. Couldn't really go in for that save onto X-Guns, but the fight will continue here for Dadat as he catches a couple of players from the side of Watch and Learn right behind him. Dadat will take X-Boys out of the equation. Yet another one right behind him in the name of Maske. But Dadat just has to play this as careful as possible, because not only does he have the players of Watch and Learn to deal with, but also Archangels who are right in front. But Maske does not wait for anyone. He grabs the launch pad and launches himself away to safety. And the players of No Escape, they'll try to hunt down Archangels who run away outside of the circle just to reposition to a safer spot, as they will look forward to bringing their 2 brothers right back into the play here.
And the most unfortunate part right now for Archangel is that the only way forward is northbound, so they can't pass through Observatory. In fact, it's a huge win for No Escape. Watch and Learn tried to crash the party, and No Escape ends up taking one of their members down and forcing the rest of the team to disperse into the wild. So this is a very good start for the team. We did see the kids getting taken down just now from Diversity Gaming, but thankfully he is the guy that hasn't consumed that revive chance yet, so they can bring him back with no problems at all. With that being said, Farang are about to make contact with ORV.
ORV and the players of Farang. I don't believe they've spotted them out just yet, but as they find this compound for themselves, the players that might be able to warn them of shots coming through from the players of ORV, and that's going to be more than enough. The players of Farang taking hold, taking position right behind the barricade in front of the players of ORV. The engagements, of course, will be started off by whoever who can land a good nade onto each other. Open lands between these two teams. So those glue walls need to be expanded. Neither team looks like they want to be the first ones to make the move. But you have to, because this is the best opportunity. This is the best situation. Nobody else is in a good engaging distance to third party these two teams. Now, the longer they wait, Husky, the more trickier this engagement is going to get as all of the other teams try to make their way into this next circle here.
The good news for ORB is that they have a better compound to work with. Brick, concrete buildings, not that grenades can break wooden fences, but obviously it is a bigger compound, and GeekFam now have shown up in the vicinity, and GeekFam have gotten the biggest area, biggest compound that they can possibly work with, giving them the best chance. And also at the same time, GeekFam read the circle right. They not only made it to a safe spot, they also made it to the center of the safe spot.
And this is what I was talking about, right? ORV or Farang should have taken a little bit more initiative to engage earlier on, because now GeekFam stands in the best situation here to pull off all of these kills unaffected. If ORV had a good compound, GeekFam now has the better one to play with. Watch and learn, Eternal Watch and Learn, Demon 76, just quite far away. Is not going to be dropping by anytime soon. But the players of GeekFam, on the other hand, are not waiting for their timing. They want to create this opportunity for themselves, but not taking any risk whatsoever. Gathering their players back to back. Oren, go, that grenade gets charged up, and he tosses in that ice grenade just to make those players move away from that window. Phoenix, on the other hand, will be tagged up, and he repositions Neslu. Here comes the pincer maneuver from the players of ORV, but GeekFam not slowing on down. Phoenix, if this grenade connects, Lotte in a lot of trouble! What a connection brought forth by Phoenix. Man04 drops Neslu as well. ORV in a lot of trouble here, Husky.
I mean, Phoenix just snuck that grenade through. 3 kills over the side of GeekFam. And Farang decides to join in, because Farang was like, alright, ORV is in trouble. This is our chance to crash the party, and they ended up bombing Oren as Jembao launches a great frag to make it happen. GeekFam now down to 3 members. This is complete chaos. Dry and die in the hands of Farang, and Farang walk away with 3, and ORV ends up being the first team to get wiped out.
Excellent decision making coming through from the players of GeekFam to back away instantaneously the moment they saw another squad jump into the fray, and that's exactly why this team is one of the most dangerous out there on the battlefield. Not only are they great when it comes to engagement, they are great when it comes to the decision making to peel away. And now the players of EWG, Akila, the Sri Lankans take them on. Riven down on the ground already, and Never Stop doesn't look like they want to stop anytime soon. But GeekFam, as they reposition, getting out of that compound as they were attacked by the players of Farang, now come straight through to shut down the players of Never Stop in the open fields.
And this is the best chance for Never Stop to make a statement right here. Stop GeekFam in their tracks, because GeekFam did not have any time to recover. They couldn't get any resources. If there's any opportunities for Never Stop, for any team to put GeekFam down right now, it's Never Stop with a man advantage and with a compound to work with. Their backs is against that blue zone, but they do have the numbers, and GeekFam, despite all of that, still have decent grenades and glue walls to work with, and GeekFam are not afraid to go for this push ice grenade out to push Zenzei out of position. The rest of Never Stop needs to respond to this as fast as possible, because Phoenix just runs in, gets gunned down. We get a 1-for-1 trade thus far, but Victory somehow downs 2, and the Stop might have just bitten them in the back, because GeekFam, they definitely decide to push on, and they were able to push Never Stop out of their compound and put this in a 2v2.
Santa, the grenade being cooked up. Sensei has the max. Back out of the lobby here, Ski.
GeekFam took the initiative to not only engage Never Stop, but they sent Man04 to the revival. from Geek Fam doing two things at once, but also they should have been a bit more proactive. And unfortunately for Never Stop, that was the end. And Archangel on the same time. With the SMG, and Archangel gets wiped out.
Engagement, the battle for Farang. They of these battles all at the same time, but it looks
Geek Fam, they're man-o-4 playing from afar, and the rest of them are pushing in. So EWG is in a horrible spot to begin with. No Escape also shows up. Not only getting the whole team back, but they are not that one window to knock Geek Fam find him.
yeah, unfortunate for Geek Fam this time round. Took the initiative to go in to engage, and through that, 10 points already on their side. But down the players of No Escape, slowly closing down the distance. But one player on the side of Anxiety, Kanoho, is doing a bulk load of the effort here as he continues closing the distance down between all of these players. One good grenade comes out. Here comes the second one as well. Dadat gets tagged up, but Kanoho is all alone as he does have Barba flanking from the right-hand side. The players of Anxiety, they do catch out Dadat, but Barba just has no angle. A little bit too much of movement coming in from the players of No Escape, and Barba now is all the way out in the open, and he still manages to catch Dadat.
Just a good push from Barba, completely using the false sense of security that No Escape has. And Barba now is low though, does have a couple of glue walls to keep him alive. Geek Fam does get knocked out, but this brings No Escape down to 3 members. Kanoho pushes forward, but unfortunately runs into multiple members of No Escape. Toby suffers the same fate, and Barba is left all alone to his devices. And this will be a very tough task, trapped in a tent with only one way out. No Escape had plenty of time to set up this kill box.
Let's see exactly how they pull this off as Barba now just waits for his time. 3 players of No Escape on the other side of this glue wall. Barba all healed up already, just needs to get a couple of engagements, 1 kill if he is really, really lucky. No Escape's not going to leave him alone. They want a little bit of revenge from their side as well. At the same time, Bloodyhead's making good work of all of the engagements they take on for themselves. Barba manages to go in for a shot, but no knocks come through at all, and No Escape will be able to take him out of the equation. Bloodyhead left in here with 2 more players as well as Morgana, but Eternal Watch and Lin trying to shut them down, masking. And also straight into the line of fire of Farang, who are right behind them. Spade's just watching all of this break down, Husky.
There is a grenade launcher on the side of Watch and Lin, so that's very dangerous as well, as Vegeta was able to take out Papa, and that means Diversity Gaming finishes in 6th place. This grenade launcher will be absolutely valuable for Watch and Lin to win this because it provides them with so much damage. And time that Diversity Gaming hot dropped them, we haven't really seen Watch and Learn engage in much fight. Bloody Head now has to gatekeep this member of Farang if that guy decides to move, but it seems like it's going to be very hard to catch Spade unless Bloody Heads are paying attention. They are all gunning for that circle, and I think for Spade, he's going to meet his end because Morgana is just a bit more patient waiting for him.
And Spade just a little unlucky there as he got spotted out, but Eternal Watch and Learn, Maske has got the vision. Just yet, Demon 76 taking the initiative, stepping outside of that glue wall to engage with Bloody Heads, and now a huge wall stands between all of them. No more glue walls to be wasted on the side of Bloody Head, but the circle will continue to pressure them. Neptune with a God Nade finds Morgana from beyond the wall. An absolute impossible maneuver, and Neptune finishes Mark off. Bloody Head taken out in the 4th spot.
And it's only down to 3 teams with Axis seemingly holding the best possible position. And we have, Watch and Learn trying to come in. No Escape only has 1 guy left. So ended the chance of Watch and Learn to ever get a booyah, and now he knows that his time is pretty much done at this point, but his job is also fulfilled, and he doesn't mind going down in 2nd place. Axis gets the booyah. No Escape had a really good
as he picks up the MVP title for himself, but nothing could have stopped this team from grabbing that booyah at that very final moment, right? Because the positioning for Axis Esports has been quite solid throughout the whole matchup.
Yeah, a lot of third party from Axis, a lot of opportunism from this team. We see them really just calculating every single move. But, if we put teams like Geek Fam aside, we put teams like Anxiety aside, I think Axis Esports have done a fantastic job of identifying which fight is worth taking. If we just look at the last few minutes of that round 1, Axis Esports have not once given up their spot, but they've also slowly encroached in the territory of other teams. It always feels like you have someone running into Axis He secures 2nd place finish and 9 points for his team.
The highlight was on the Sri Lankan teams as well, of course, as you guys heard at the start of the day. Unfortunately, in this round, they bombed out a little bit too early. I guess the saving grace here is that it's just round number 1 of 8 for these 2 teams. Hopefully, they do make a comeback a little bit later on. But one grenade that I did not expect was after the players of Bloody Heads have already found the left-hand side of that great wall of free fire, and Eternal Watch and Learn were on the right-hand side with no vision whatsoever. We saw the God Nade come through from that team, taking Morgana out, and then Mark was just easy picking from then on. A little unfortunate for the players of Bloody Head.
It was from off screen as well. I think Axis actually saw Bloody Head and they were like, alright, this is the nade that they can definitely land. Though I did say that that compound is a bit more bigger, but it also means one thing. It's easier to land those nades because you have such a big open area that people can see you. In fact, we didn't even see Axis Esports on screen.
Correct.
We actually saw Farang members. Obviously, Farang on No Escape. So Axis actually threw a nade from beyond the void and was able to down Bloody Head, and they just swoop in and got the best possible position to not only stand up against Watch and Learn, but also to prevent No Escape from ever finishing in that 1st place. Though one thing that I think is worth reminding the audience is that for this league, we not only have 8 rounds per day, yada yada yada. We also turn off identification, if I may call, so you don't know who you get knocked down. You don't know which team you're going up against, and everyone just looks generic. They're just generic Free Fire models. So it's understandable why Never Stop decided to take a very safe stance against Geek Fam, where it really felt like if they just pushed the matter a bit more, they could have really leveraged that state that Geek Fam was in. That was the unfortunate part, and Archangel followed soon after. But like you said, it is round 1 of 8. There's plenty more chances for the Sri Lankan teams to step up their game. The dangerous part is if today doesn't work out, there's a very huge chance that they don't make it to top 12.
Yeah, and once again, another saving grace is this is just the sort of a comeback. But I've just been waiting for comebacks from the Sri Lankans. I want that to stop. I want them to see, I want to see that initiative out of these two teams, making those plays out there on the battlefield. But just doesn't seem to be a very easy play now for them, is it? I mean, they avoid those hot drops, but they don't seem to be able to avoid engaging on the battlefield one at a time. I don't see that team fight coming through from these teams much.
And I think there's one small thing about Battle Royale that I think some of us sometimes tend to overlook, is the fact that you can have the safest start. You can drop at the most obscure area on the map and get as much loot as you want. But one of the better ways to keep your resources topped up is to actually take fights, then take the resources from the deceased members of the enemy team. And that's something that I think Never Stop hardly gets to do, or hardly even does, just because of how they decide to approach the game in general. So despite the fact that Geek Fam came off a three-way fight with a one-man deficit, if you look at the resources alone, Geek Fam felt like they've looted half the map. That's how much they had.
And that's mainly because they dropped into Clock Tower, they rotated into Factory, and by God's grace, nobody was in the two spaces.
Exactly.
So they just got to loot up, you know, both of those compounds without any interruptions whatsoever, and then went on to bag those two fights great. And decision making, you did mention, there's no kill feed, it's all generic skins out there. Geek Fam does not know who they engage with, but that same level of respect being shown to all of the teams, being able to just identify the situation and choose whether or not to engage, that's one of the things that really
kills. So all things considered, a very good round for Geek Fam. And Watch and Learn getting 15 points, no escape. Thanks to that, a slight edge towards the very end, was able to sneak in that 18 points. But gotta give Axis Esports the credits for that booyah. 22 points to start off the day. And the teams that we want to keep an eye out for, the Anxiety, 10 points, Bloody Head with 11. The Sri Lankan teams getting 3 points each. ORV finishing with
but managing to find the booyah, managing to pick up 10 kills on the way in as well, chipping off in and just eating up all of the extra kills as they third-partied some of the teams out there on the battlefield. Not only makes Axis Esports an opportunistic squad, but also a squad that can really identify all of these situations out there on the battlefield where they can continuously pick up easy kills and themselves in too much of danger.
And the fact that, you know, everyone does not know who they're up against, I think that same level of respect is what drives teams that are proactive, such as Geek Fam, Anxiety, K9, to really make more moves, even Watch and Learn to a certain extent, because you do not need to be afraid or be too particularly afraid of who you're up against, right? And teams that decide to go a more passive route tend to get punished a bit more, because you still have that idea of not taking the fights, whereas teams who don't
the team fight the class of engagement within Free Fire for all of the other squads to perhaps learn a little bit from, right? Each and every single player playing their individual roles. You've got your flankers from the right hand side, you've got your rusher in the name of Orin as well, who's constantly trying to open up some of these fights with the ice grenades, displace their opponents first before the flankers take advantage. It's just so beautiful to see the players of Geek Fam go out onto the battlefield and do their job right, and do their job so well. But the surprising thing here is that the other teams are not catching up with such a playstyle. Individualistic plays out there on the battlefield don't really seem to serve them well, and I'm looking at Never Stop, right? Unfortunately, you know, it was just a little bit too loose of an engagement earlier on. Archangels, on the other hand, one final player, we didn't really see want to see individual performance out of these players. We want to see those team fight capabilities.
Yeah, unless you are certain players, then you probably cannot afford to take 1v1 fights and lose out, right? I think that's also kind of what we saw with Anxiety. I felt like there was a moment where they had to rescue Private Barbara, so they ended up funneling in and all getting killed off. I believe by No Escape, so that was very unfortunate as well. But we Orin will be the one table where depending on who where they are at a certain they're able to make that call and tell themselves that okay, you're gonna take this spot and I will do the job alone.
Yes, and I absolutely agree with you, man. It's not just purely about a player or a team going in there with a very specific structure, right? It is how they respond in that very moment in itself. Because as they're rotating, you don't really get to figure out all of their positions in advance. You just have to work on it on the fly. And GeekFam's just that type of team. And, you know, I don't know what sort of training regimen they go through to get those team plays perfected, but it seems to be working. Still managing to pick up the top 5 from that round alone with their kills.
Yeah. Though another thing is that I know we're harping on GeekFam a lot, but I think they did a lot of things right. The three-way fight that we saw, the fact that they were able to disengage so cleanly, I think that one was very impressive because most teams would have committed to it and probably take that 50-50 trade. But GeekFam, they are fine with settling for just 2-3 kills and they just walk away. And obviously afterwards they ran into Never Stop, so that's kind of a freebie to a certain extent. On Never Stop's side as well, I think again they could have done a bit more, but they didn't know it was GeekFam. But I felt like regardless of who that incoming team was, the plan was never to be 100% defensive, right? I think Never Stop were not prepared to fight that early on. So off of all that chain of event, I think GeekFam getting 10 kills was more than they should have gotten.
Absolutely. And, you know, talking about the engagement with Never Stop, once again, there's no kill feed out there available, so they do not know who they engage with, but it was a situational glue walls, which is perfect with the setup. 2 flanking players, 2 players running straight into battle, and Never Stop didn't have a chance at all.
Yeah, the glue will have to serve a purpose, right? I think the most generic purpose is to block projectiles except for high caliber bullets, right? Except for the
lobs of the nades.
The lobs of the nades, ice grenades, and certain utilities and skills from characters. But aside from that, it also has to serve a purpose where you get to hold your defense. And I think what we saw from Never Stop there was extremely defensive, where that glue wall was used in a way of as if you want to rotate from one side of the open field to another. So those glue walls are not really utilized to its fullest. In fact, GeekFam didn't even have to expand their glue walls.
Correct, yes.
Because Never Stop were putting out glue walls for them. And we saw GeekFam just ran in and took the fight, which should not have been allowed, but happened anyways.
And I'm so sorry for just ranting on and on about the GeekFam engagements, because it's just perfection when it comes to Free Fire, right? And also the Riptide Rhythm. Taking down the to take all of these engagements out there, just absolute perfection. But also it shows their playstyle, right? Because of the exact same thing that you said, the Chinese saying, where you put in the work first, and then to a certain degree you get to chill out a little bit. You don't have to go as hard hitting. And this is the aggressive side of GeekFam, who already know that they've put in the massive bulk load of the work, and now all they need to do is just go out there and test their but that aggressiveness comes with a price.
I mean, just look at the leaderboard, right? They put in the work, so it goes back to the saying 2 years ago, they can take a one-day break and it'll be completely fine. They will just come back and win it anyways.
Yeah.
So that's kind of reflected. Though I think for this league, you cannot really do that because there are some things who are catching up quite quickly. So let's turn our attention away from Geek Fam because I think they are getting way too much credit. A team that we didn't really talk too much about in the first 2 days, but today felt a bit different. Because Access Esports, like I said, was able to identify opportunities for themselves, but there's so much more discipline in how they take those fights. It really felt like Access was, if you cover the name tags, I could easily say that team might be Geek Fam. So I think Access Esports really showed us some improvement throughout the week. I think Toda unfortunately has still been struggling to a certain extent. Overall, though, I think overall, Access Esports. My mind stopped for a bit. Access Esports had a good game one, and I want to see them be consistent with that because despite how disciplined they are, I think it was also circumstantial that Access Esports were able to pull that off.
And there's no consistency when it comes to Access Esports. That's my problem with the squad as a whole, because that was battlefield. So like you said, very circumstantial base. They managed to pick up, solid number of kills this round for themselves. So bringing in the consistency into the competition, on the other hand, that Access Esports is not able to do when it comes to the aggression. Placement points, on the other hand, they focus on it pretty well. So that's the strategy of Access Esports, right? To survive in the competition, to get into the grand finals. They're playing a lot of those placement points. So it's good and refreshing to see Access kind of focus in on those skills. But if it was purely potential, then it's going to be a problem for them overall in the competition.
And another team that previously in FFCM, he also has done a lot of work behind the scenes, just that we don't talk about him often because there's so many players that deserve the same mention as he does. But as we drop into Kalahari, Access Esports right off the bat faces off against ORV. And I think ORV has a lot to prove, just like the Sri Lankan teams. In fact, if you look at the members of ORV, it's very hard to pinpoint which one is the person to look out for, because ORV so far has just been thrown around like a rag doll.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And in terms of ORV and their performance out there on the battlefield so far, oh my goodness, before we go on there, Eternal Watch and Learn really going to town on the players of Never Stop. And this hot drop at the maze, just something that I guess Never Stop didn't expect. This is a compound that they have picked up quite a number of times already, but with Anxiety now hopping into the battle and picking up those 3 kills off of them. Play around with, if at all the players of No Escape manages to catch up with them, but it's just one player going in here for the hunt now, Escape.
Just a very poor start. This is not the case. They ran into no points for, well, they did get 3 points, but second round they get knocked out early and not able to proceed further. This was a very poor start for this team, so we have to turn our eyes over to Archangel and see if they can at least make it further into the round. As I say that, Watch and Learn has found No Escape, and iPad is completely trapped in that tower. It's going to be knocked by Venom, and it should be an easy kill for Watch and Learn.
Very impressive disengagement capability from the side of ORV as well as Access Esports. Both of those teams in the same compound for so long, but avoiding the shots, avoiding the engagements as long as possible so that they can continue looting up for themselves. Both teams understanding the importance of that early moments engagement, basically not to get into one. Era 7 brings iPens right back into the play, and the players of No Escape have got a full squad once again. But finally, the battle between ORV and Axis Esports will start off as Vegeta sets himself on that right-hand flank. Cappuccino has got the AC-80 in hand, just needs to bag 2 of these shots back to back. And Axis does not waste any time at all. Here they come, Husky.
Yeah, and if you remember Axis Esports, if you remember Vegeta, Freedom was never meant to be occupied. There was no one there, and Axis Esports learns it the rude way. ORV sets up the trap, and Axis falls for it.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? I mean, I didn't mean to be hard on Axis Esports, but there's just no consistency. Usual Axis Esports that we see out there who tries to play it super duper careful, just focusing mainly on those placement points, and the early engagement just clearly didn't do them any good whatsoever. They were the aggressors, but they bite the bullet instead. A little unfortunate. Farang, they engage with Eastern Wolfsgang, trying to set up a fight here, but it's Eastern Wolfsgang that are the ones who have got the better positioning, and of those grappling hooks will put them in a better spot as Raven gets caught out by the one and only Too Bad, but Monito firing right back to put him down onto the ground. And now Glue Wall, if it is shut down, Monito will be able to bag yet another. No grenades to work with though, and you can see Jambal trying to cut him off, but Manchai will be there to respond. Jambal held back as he makes his way around that Glue Wall. Manchai now in a lot of trouble because Farang has that backup. Manchai put down onto the ground, and here comes the pressure plays from the players of Farang themselves as Jay-Z now manages to put himself right on top of the submarine, has got the angle to play with, but how will he shut down 3 players at the same time?
Jay-Z gets a good ice nade. Jembao actually down. The damage over time is not enough to stop WG having lesser members. I think Farang is not too worried, and Jay-Z and Riven taking that backseat and decides to go deeper into the submarine. There's a separate team joining in, and Anxiety shows up, and this feels like deja vu, where one team EWG hiding in the submarine.
On the side of Anxiety, this is going to be a problem for Farang as they try to back away from all of these engagements. Wolfsgang not really back. Be a potential survivability here for those players. Farang, on the other hand, the same cannot be said. It looks like the hunt is on Jembal as he tries to hold the back of this compound here. Eastern Wolfsgang continues to survive as Anxiety gets baited away.
I don't think I've ever seen a full-fledged fight at the sub. It feels like one of those areas where people just loot and get out. So this is a new environment, at least competitively, that we've seen in this region. Though for EWG, they just got away. I don't think Anxiety is going anywhere anytime.
Anxiety, and as we talk about it, a couple of players from the side of Eternal Watch.
Of the current state of that fight. Popping out too early means you give away 2 free kills and finish that your run early in this round 2. We see Geek Fam early on, and we also caught a glimpse of Bloody Head in command post as always, but Anxiety decides to go for the push onto Watch and Learn, and while Demon was healing up, Venom is already down, and Anxiety just catches them completely off guard. Barbara actually fighting boys in a very frontal position as Toby also takes place. And this is just Anxiety being the aggressors as we always imagined them to be. Toby does get knocked down by Musket, so there's at least some kills over to Watch and Learn, but they've taken extensive damage thanks to Anxiety, and Watch and Learn now find themselves trapped in this couple of tents, not able to get out and have to fight their way to survival.
Barba now holding on to the tent, but Maske will be able to put on the pressure for him. Kanoho from up top, the backup for the one and only Barba. Barba repositions, Mag 7 in hand. Maske is expecting, anticipating this attack to come through. Kanoho slowly closes down the distance to give him that backup that he most desperately needs. And Barba, as he continues to reposition, has got the double barrel in hand, catches out the player! And Chessman with the backup as well as he shuts down X-Boys. Amazing setup and execution by the players of Anxiety.
And that is 8 kills for Anxiety so far with 0 casualties. As a Diversity Gaming, 2 members already knocked down. You can see iPants, he really wants this kills. I'm not really sure if Eden can get there in time. Papa is most likely gone as this nade. Oh, actually bounces off the window. Real unfortunate, but iPants have 5 more to work with. And this time he decides that it's better to just finish things off in close range. And that does give time and room for Diversity Gaming to get that revive back and get them back into fighting shape. It's actually, I believe, a 4 versus 3. So iPens now realizes he can't really back off. He just has to start lobbing these nades, and these nades have to land, and they just won't.
And that one nade misses, unfortunately, but Ipan still has got 4 more to work with. Look at the flank now, coming through from the players of Diversity Gaming. It's going to be King, BN22 now, to catch off Ipans. Ipans has pushed forth and has not waited for the rest of the players at all thanks to the revival system that is made available. Ipans drops King, takes him out of the equation, and as the solo player doing all of this damage here, catches off the players of Diversity Gaming in a way they do not expect. Ipans, God nade coming through, does not get the Kid, and Kid responds. Kid coming here, backstab, will not be able to catch off Ipans just yet as he quickly repositions. Mag 7 battle between these 2 players, but the zone doing its own damage as well.
There's no way Ipan makes it out of this, right? He has done so much work for the team. And while all of this was happening, No Escape were all playing from behind. Ipans was the one putting his life in danger, trying to get the job done. And I cannot believe it. He actually makes it out with his life, and wasting so much of Diversity Gaming's time that they now not only have to brave the blue zone, but also have to work with getting shot at by No Escape. And in this plan could have gone 100 ways it could have gone bad, but Ipan just did it so well with the support from the rest of his team.
Oh, absolutely, man. And Ipan's just teasing up those players initially, but manages to waste a couple of grenades on his side as well. No bounce coming through that wall earlier on, which could have bagged him yet another 2 kills and continued to damage up that squad. The players of Anxiety taking on the one and only Bloody Heads at their own home at command post. The numbers do not look equal. 4v2 as Jesbu finds Riven on the side of Eastern Wolfgang. Farang surviving it 4 members. It's going to be that Riptide Rhythm taking down that glue wall, but no capitalization coming through from the other players just yet. The communication was a little soft, but the defenses of the opponents down by 1 glue wall. Monito's not going to be able to work all the way through as he has to fight 4 players to survive. Kanoho shuts down Shanks. Bloody Heads continues to struggle against the players of Anxiety, Husky.
And while that was happening, Farang slowly makes their way towards the circle. We just see, catch a glimpse of East Wolfgang nearby. Wow. And we also caught a glimpse of Spade just getting a great headshot onto Monito as Geekfan finally shows up on the screen. Spiky gets an instant knock onto Eden 77. Geekfam so far very quiet in this round, only getting 1 kill, and that's they're gonna start it off by taking out members of Diversity Gaming. 2 of them, in fact, as Diversity Gaming just did not get to play the game at all. And now not only gatekept by Geekfam, but they chose a different route that one last guy will have to go through ORV. And unfortunately for the kids, there's really not much option that he can opt for. Though Diversity Gaming are still not out yet. Someone is still alive, and probably is the last Vistage for Diversity Gaming to rack up some extra placement points.
Yeah, it'll be quite crazy if he does manage to revive them, but Error 7 makes sure that's not going to happen as he shuts down the final player on the side of Diversity. Mark still surviving for the side of Bloody Head, but will have to deal with Error 7, who continues to tag up all of those players. Barba drops Kaz, beautiful play coming through, and that's just going to be the distraction that Mark requires. Is this going to be a God Nade that Mark plays right in a couple of moments to torture up all of these two players? But it's not going to be the situation. Although the Mag 7 in the hands of Mark is going to be good, Mark sets up a double glue wall setup to make sure those players from that lower ground will not be able to lob a grenade towards him to eat up, and travels towards the back. Kanoho, on the other hand, waiting patiently for Mark. Nobody has information on him. Anxiety as well as No Escape trying to put them out of the commission, and ORV uses this opportunity to close the distance and now has got the players of No Escape turning their backs on them. ORV drops Cappuccino, not taken out just yet, got picked up but put right back down onto the ground thanks to Error 7. Lotte with the grenade launcher will be able to catch off iPants, and No Escape now is gonna be in a lot of trouble here. ORV as well as Anxiety pincering all of these players.
And I think No Escape have very little room to work with as Error 7 has no one to bring him back up. It's all down to Cast once more, the lone ranger of the team. But this time the circumstances, the situation is a bit more different. He's surrounded by 3 different squads who all want his hit, as Barbara continues to rack up those kills for Anxiety as they've made it past the 10 kill mark. As the nade flies and just bounces off the roof a little bit. ORV getting ready for this final push as Anxiety have taken full control of this compound. Mocha finally sniffs out the final member of Bloody Head as the Mark is running rings around both ORV and No Escape, and they just could not get rid of him. All those glue walls are absolutely annoying, and Mocha now finds himself trapped outside, and Chessman picks him up, and at this point, I think Anxiety are just using Mark as a shock bait to wipe out the teams that really want his head, and Chessman puts in 2 more Anxiety with 14 kills. Barbara finally knocked as Latte looks for a finisher, and he will find it, but Anxiety in the meantime gets their 15th kill of the round.
15 kills up. Anxiety looking like they're aiming for the #1 spot with nobody else here to outdo them except Geek Fam. Geek Fam looking for that final circle as well as Oren gets dropped. This is the battle now between Anxiety as well as Geek Fam. Oren right back onto his feet, and Anxiety is just a little bit too far away to do any sort of big damage to keep them at bay. Farang, on the other hand, will have the opportunity to make sure they can distract the players of Geek Fam, but they also have another opportunity, that is to stay silent and to play the third party in this 2-way battle, or even when ORV hops in for a little bit of distraction as well. So Farang has got that decision to be made here, whereas the players of Geek Fam continue focusing down onto Anxiety as they make their way into the circle.
And this is a good debut for Phoenix on the side of Geek Fam, right? When we saw in week 1, it was Raja. So Phoenix coming in, this debut has been absolutely sublime thus far. The clutch of the team, and also kind of playing the rusher role in the meantime, taking over Man 04's job in certain situations. Yeah. But this is a very urban fight, if you would allow me to say that, where the command post is Bloody Head's hometown, though they're not around anymore. Chessman actually down thanks to the play zone. An easy pickup for Jay-Z, and Geek Fam still has all 4 members alive. Oren now has a couple of nades to work with. They're all on top of Jay-Z, and Oren just does not miss. Anxiety though, down to 2 members. They're all hiding in the container. Glue wall's getting propped up, so that means grenade launchers are not allowed to be used. Man 04 just putting on the pressure. Jembao actually knocks Victory down, and Oren somehow finds Kanoho through that glue wall. Toby is still up alive, but he is just gonna get finished off by Jespo. And Farang now will challenge Geek Fam face to face as Jembao finishes off that member of Geek Fam in the container. It's down to a 2 versus 2 as Jembao gets knocked down, and Farang, they need to go in for the rush, and they actually do. Geek Fam falls, and Farang claims the booyah.
Wow, Farang, amazing plays, and this time we do see back-to-back consistency coming through for this team. And Geek Fam making it all the way through through to that final circle, but only managing to find the second spot for themselves, only to be replaced by the super expectation exceeding players of Anxiety Esports. Amazing play from them, bagging all of those aggressive kills without really being punished all that too much towards that final circle.
And the best part is, if we look at Farang, the one thing that we have to remember is that these guys, some of them have been on Do Easy before, and they actually won the major. That's the craziest part, right? A team that no one expected to win the major actually walked away just earlier this year. So this team is pretty deadly. And it's a very special team as well, because when we first saw them, they did not feel like the team that could win it all, but they did feel like the team that can have moments of brilliance.
Yes.
And they were able to add consistency on top of it. And even though Farang so far hasn't had the best start, I think the first 2 rounds have been more than what we expected from them coming into the day.
I mean, back when Farang was Do Easy, we didn't expect much from them as well, but this is the kind of team that usually strikes at the finals. They do not show their fangs at the league stage at all. They don't play it Geek Fam style, right? Geek Fam, on the other hand, they love to show off on the battlefield. They love to show everybody else exactly what they're made of, but that's where perhaps they falter just a little bit, because that opens them up to all of the other teams trying their best to read their play styles, because the one team that you want to look out for is potentially the team that can be doing the most damage out there on the battlefield. And so by hiding some of your prowess, you may be able to get into the grand finals without all of them having a great big bullseye on your backs. And Farang's just that one sort of team that can surprise everybody else, right? But this time at the league stage itself, they show us exactly what they're made of, and they're quite unstoppable at some of these engagements. 2 rounds back-to-back now. Farang has been such a force to be reckoned with, Husky.
Yeah, a very calculated aggression, right? There's still sometimes when you look at Farang and you're like, why did you guys do that? But overall, I think, I'm definitely not complaining too much, at least off of that first 2 rounds. Though at the same time, I think it also does change up how teams prep for one another. At least when we talk about in-game adjustments, right? Like, sure, when you rewatch the VODs, you can see, oh, so this was the team that took me out. Let's prep for them. But when you go in-game, you have absolutely no idea who you are fighting. So how do you prep for that? I think this really changes the style of most of these coaches and analysts, where you focus a lot on that pre-game prep, and when it goes to in-game, it comes down to the shot calling, it comes to the adaptability, and it really shows us which team is good and which team is great.
Yeah, and even if you can go in there and do your homework on all of those drop spots, all of the usual rotations into the circle, and try to perhaps gun down a team for easy picking, it might not be the exact strategy that they bring in, all thanks to the gods of RNG, right? Each and every single matchup for Battle Royale is different in a way, especially with how the circle kind of drags the players around the battlefield. But it was the execution by Anxiety this time around that was just so stellar, and it just brings this matchup to a whole other level, right? Because each and every single engagement that they did find out there on the battlefield, they somehow managed to sneak into the better position, although they are the second ones to reach that compound.
Yeah, Anxiety, they did not lose their identity of liking to take these fights. In fact, contrary to game 1, where they kind of made some minor mistakes or they got caught off guard, this round was slightly different. Even though they didn't finish first place, they didn't even finish top 3. It's okay. They have 15 kills. They have 15, 16 kills by the end of the round, and that is more than enough to put them at the top of the leaderboard. So Anxiety really showing up big time, and the only downfall is they had to face off against Geek Fam, and they were playing in a very unfortunate spot, a very unadvantageous location that allowed Geek Fam to really finish them off. But that also is still a blessing in disguise for a team like Farang, who, because Geek Fam spent so much time, Farang had an easier way in to grab that booyah.
And obviously, Anxiety is going to be able to overtake these 2 teams potentially in this one game. And in the overall leaderboard, Anxiety is looking for the 3rd spot, right? Looking to displace Bloody Head, which brings me to the topic of Bloody Head. Starting off the day quite soft, Husky.
Yeah, pretty slow day, honestly. Game 1, didn't see much of them. Game 2, not much of Bloody Head either.
Correct.
I think, this is what worries us about Bloody Head, where they can play really well. I think we've seen Bloody Head pop off, which in itself is already a huge sign of growth.
Yeah.
But there are times where Bloody Head just somehow falls flat on their belly, and you just wonder, is today not their day? Well, certainly they are not getting that 8th round, so Bloody Head only has 2 more to go.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, Bloody Head, speaking of that, picks up the 8th spot this time round through the 5 placement points. 0 kills on their side. A little bit disappointing when it comes to the overall engagement. But let's look at their very top. Although the Booyah is not secured, Anxiety launches themselves into that number 1 spot, all thanks to the kill points that they've managed to amass. 15 overall for 23 points. 2 points above Farang, who did manage to get the Booyah on their side, but only 9 of those kills with 21 points. Geek Fam in the 3rd place, as usual, doing more than enough. I mean, they don't need a single Booyah anymore, Husky, but all they need to do is continue stepping on out there and putting all of these other teams to the test. And I feel like really what Geek Fam is doing here now is not playing for points, but mainly playing to engage with as many of those teams out there as possible, and then try to go back and revise and identify how to engage with each and every single one of these squads based on the compound that they hold on to, based on those rotations as well for the grand finals. And it's crazy that they're already playing those strats so early on.
Feels like Geek Fam are just running simulations in every round,
correct,
right? Where we go in, so this is the one in a million of scenario that could happen, but how could we do this, right? This is every other team is trying to figure out one another, and there's Geek Fam trying to just mech check you on every single turn.
Yeah, and this time they don't really get a lot of kills on their side, but they focus on those placement points, right? Which is something that you really have to always remember and keep alive within your own squad, regardless of how those engagements go out there on the battlefield. If you've only got 1 or 2 players left on your side, yes, the revival system is, still available in the matchup, but you getting to that revival point on the other hand is not going to be a guarantee. So how then do you manage those situations? So great plays coming through from these players on Geek Fam as well, but not finding that number 1 spot, not going to hurt them anytime soon.
Yeah, probably they don't care. You can have 10 Booyahs and they're still going to be in 1st place just because of that insane lead. And at the same time, the teams that got the Booyah are not even close to top 5, so Geek Fam are not worried at all.
Correct.
In fact, 2 of them are not even playing right now, and by the time they play, Geek Fam would have been done with the day. So I think with all that taken into consideration, they are not in any rush to secure a bigger lead. They know that they have more than enough to keep them afloat for another day or 2. But overall, I think if you are the teams from Group C, this is a huge day, right? We get Farang stepping up, and sure, Access Esports, they got a Booyah for themselves, but the fact that we see Anxiety and Farang really displaying some improvements, especially a team like Farang, who is probably trying to catch up to Anxiety, as they only have that one representative from Group C. It's a good improvement.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of the engagement that Farang has been taking so far, you can see that they're trying to be super cautious with their approach to the game itself, right? They're looking for those points, but at the same time, they're very hungry. And you can see this little bit of disconnect in their strategy as well as what they actually want to execute out there on the battlefield through all of these moves. Because once in a while, you see those players falter. You see them get a little bit too greedy for 1 extra kill point, and then that's the end of their run within that round in itself. But we have seen those improvements come through within this week in play day number 3 of the league stage. So it's good to see Farang make those adjustments, but we want to see those adjustments from the teams that are towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. And my eyes are on the Sri Lankan teams once again.
That was what I wanted to bring up as well. I'm glad you did it, because I think this, the conversation that we had so far, we are pivoting away from the Sri Lankan teams just because the Sri Lanka teams have not shown up thus far. But again, the leeway is that with 8 rounds, I can close my eyes for the first 4 rounds, but by the time second half begins, they have to start putting on results. And I'm not looking for Booyah. I'm not looking for the 20 kills. Just a decent average finish to keep them in the running. Because if they fall too far behind, and I'm talking about Archangel at this current point, they're going to be in trouble before the shuffle even begins.
Absolutely, man. And, that's just not going to be a situation that any of the teams would like, but let's see exactly how they deal with it this time around. Ski Lodge will be picked up by the players of Bloody Heads. No hot drops coming through just yet, and it looks like Never Stop is not going to be teased up at all as they drop onto the outskirts of fields, moving in close towards Mode House, which is a compound they can look to pick up. But Eternal Watch and Learn and Anxiety, on the other hand, dropping into the high-tier loot zone. Yes, they are going to be able to find a little bit of extra ammunition out there on the battlefield, but finding each other, not a great sign at all for the players of Eternal Watch and Learn, who have not been as aggressive as Anxiety in the competition so far, Husky.
This is a definitive mech check, a stat check of Anxiety to see if they are the better gunners at this juncture. And so far, I think it's a very even engage. But thanks to Barbara from afar, he has been able to really put on the pressure on Watch and Learn and keeping them at bay. And in fact, first blood actually happens off screen. It's Farang that was able to achieve that. I think Kanoho has a medkit to work with. And in fact, it's Watch and Learn deciding to pull the trigger. It seems like there's a bit of an overextension from Demon. Tries to go on scouting duty, but ends up going down. And thanks to that glue wall from Kanoho that he was able to obtain, Watch and Learn in a horrible spot. What should be a 4 vs 3 now turns into a horrible run for them. And it's 4v2 in Anxiety's favor. And if there's anything that we can take away from this mechanical check, is that Anxiety just had everything laid out. Barbara is just going to go for the challenge, they go for the bait and switch, tag team in and out. And that's 3 kills for Anxiety.
Yeah, and Toby managing to get the job done. The players of Anxiety, after those 3 kills, obviously they're not going to slow down just yet. They know there is another stray player backing away in the name of X-Boys. Can't really play any of this elevation to his advantage just yet in the open fields, but the zipline will be exactly what he needs to get to safety. It is the open air engagement. Kanoho trying to tag the player up, but it is not going to be possible. Barba secures it though, and Anxiety will be able to eliminate that squad very early on in this matchup. And off screen, the battle that was happening earlier on does go ahead to continue. Diversity Gaming managing to hold on with 2 more players. Yes, they did manage to knock down one from the side of Farang and eliminate him from the equation as well. But being so close to that revival point means that the players of Farang are full squad once again, and Diversity Gaming just needs to get the heck out of there.
If you decide to commit to fighting Anxiety, you have to commit fully. It's like a relationship. If you build from it, there's no happy ending. And Anxiety just chased them down. And Watch and Learn had a good round 1. But that feels like that's pretty much it. So far, round 2 and 3 has been pretty underwhelming for the team. And with that being said, we see Never Stop again dropping at Moat House. It's one of the safest areas on the map. As Archangels doing the same at Quarry. A bit more populated though with 3 other teams. Diversity Gaming early on suffering 2 deaths. But you also have Farang in the vicinity. And I think Farang is not giving up on this. And Papa unfortunately deciding to make a pit stop at this watchtower. And I think Farang knows.
Let's see what they can do with this, as Papa 44 doesn't really have anywhere to run, and Farang already splitting up. They want to get those flanking positions, and as the one and only Eden 77 backs away, looking for one of those buy points to bring his players right back into the mix, I believe Archangels are going to be more than happy to take him out of the equation. It's going to be Lera now who catches up with him, but the vehicle on the side of Diversity Gaming will allow Eden to back away as quickly as he can. Papa 44 is not going to get picked up just yet, and Eden still continues to look for one of those revival points. He can find those revival points, but making sure nobody else catches him before he gets there is the whole problem here, Ski.
It's a very lonely and dangerous journey, but he doesn't really have much choice to work with. See the Riptide Rhythm just coming in from downtown as Mocha going to be revived. Another one come true just in time. But Mocha has been brought back up, so now he can also return the favor to bring Neslo back up on his feet. It's a tag team from ORB working up. A bit of a timing issue, but nonetheless, Mocha gets knocked down once more, and this time, he will not get back up.
And that's the kind of timing that I talk about with the Riptide Rhythm all the time, right? I mean, it's such a waste when there is weak teamwork. There's such a waste when there's no communication whatsoever, because you take those glue walls down, your opponents bring it right back up. But if you've got a sniper who can listen to your cues, who looks out for those Riptide Rhythms, the connection is just absolutely fantabulous, and that's exactly what we just saw. But hopping on over to yet another engagement as the players of Diversity Gaming make their way right back in. Eastern Wolves gang step into the fray to take them right back out.
And this is going to be a very crucial one for Diversity Gaming. They've already suffered so much damage. In fact, the first 2 rounds have not been kind at all to the Cambodian squad. And EWG aims to make it even worse for these guys. Manchai kind of taking point in the corner as the rest of Diversity Gaming are trapped in that compound. But I wonder what the initiative from East Wolf Gang is. They're not fully around the area just yet. We even have 1 member playing from afar. So there is some time for Diversity Gaming to work with.
What
maybe
nice one
for Flame as Latte just lands a nade from downtown, and he's not done just yet. He's actually in close proximity. This ice grenade is so well put. You can see the Axis Esports members are scrambling to find some safety. Heaven and Latte just running circles around them, but Axis will execute payback, and they will make sure that Latte does not get a chance to do it ever again.
Oh, that was such a sweet play from Latte, but just no proper follow-up from any of the rest of his team members. Cappuccino obviously was just a little bit too far, and his duty of backing away to play the game of survival and revival will be the most important play right now for the squad as the final surviving member. Eastern Wolves Gang going to town with the players of Diversity Gaming, who once again manages to survive, I believe. I believe that one guy has managed to run away and should be able to bring the players right back in, but Geek Fam in a lot of trouble outside in the danger zone. They engage with Axis Esports, who have now the advantage, but Shide gets dropped by Fikri, and that shows you exactly how dangerous Geek Fam are. Even under the danger zone, nothing phases them at all, Husky.
Yeah, they are the danger zone themselves. They are moving danger zone at this point. But thankfully, Axis were able to bring that one member back up. So Shahid comes back to life instantly. So fortunate for them, they can disengage. But in the meantime, Anxiety once more pushing Farang. They take out 2 of them, and Farang sent packing. But Anxiety, it seems like they are willing to go for this push, willing to go on this chase again. Just the sheer commitment from this team is what makes them impressive. And Barbara, even as a vehicle to work with, so they are definitely committing to eliminate Farang and making sure that they get put in their place. They might be in the same group, but Anxiety wants to make it clear that they are the one that's going to lead the pack. And unfortunately for too bad for him.
Yeah, and Anxiety, they have to just play the game of patience now as they get tagged up from the back. Toby drops too bad, and the players of Farang just continue to suffer a little bit more. And I believe this should be the end of the road for Jesbu and the Farang squad as Axis Esports comes in to pick up the final piece of this puzzle and put it into their pocket as the 4th kill. Jesbu, as he repositions, Flame's not going to be able to catch him out just yet, and he doesn't really have too much of the capability to engage in that close range combat, except for that Spaz. But let's see if or not Flame will be able to outsmart him with the SMG. That shotgun isn't gonna be all that too great of a damage dealer with the short distance that Flame puts between himself as well as Jesbu. So if Flame takes this engagement now from the distance that they are at, Axis Esports gets that kill, but if Farang manages to close the distance, Flame is going to be in a lot of trouble. But the one thing that is not calculated in here is the existence of Anxiety up top. Barba just gatekeeping both of those players down at the bottom as Anxiety continues to rule this lobby as well. 7 kills in so far, and they're not even half done yet.
Yeah, and Barba's story is a story of kind of a fall from grace. At least, well, not really a fall from grace, but so close yet so far, not crossing the finishing line. We got to call back to a year ago, PXG Radicals, as Barba was leading the charge as that rusher. You can see his numbers right now, 4 kills already in this round. And that team that he was on previously was a team that was so solid, but they were not able to complete their run. And they just fell off at the most crucial moment. Now seeing him leading Anxiety and still keeping his chop is something that I think Anxiety is really taking advantage of. You can see another knock just now next to Kanoho, and they're just getting free picks. Archangel decides to just pass by as Lella just drive that bike. But unfortunately, if you're driving into Anxiety, you better get ready for this fight. Never stop. It's also on the other side of this area, and I think Anxiety sniffs that something is wrong. They're going to go for the disengage. There's no rush. The circle is in front of them. They can continue to gatekeep.
Anxiety inside. Leda now from the side of Archangels. Moving straight on in, and his job is to get that extra piece of information, make sure the land in front of the players of Archangels is all clear for the rotation, but they are rotating straight in towards the players of Anxiety, and Anxiety on the other hand straight into the players of Geek Fam. Chessman dropped by Orin, grenade launcher popped up, Mano 4 inside of the time turner, takes Barba down as well. Anxiety have met their match, but Kanoho as well as Barba, they're far away from this engagement. Phoenix trying to make sure that is not the case as Toby finds a compound for himself. Kanoho cooks up that grenade. Is he going to be able to catch Phoenix? Puts it away, and the grenade launcher gets brought out. Phoenix pulls out the glue wall, still surviving, and disengages, not wanting to mess with Kanoho. So Kanoho's bought himself precious time here, but he needs to get away. He needs to find a defensive compound just like Toby.
Oh, the Riptide Rhythm. Kanoho able to put out the glue wall just in time, but he only has 2 more left. Will Axis Esports intervene? I think that's the most important question. It seems like that's not going to be the case, as Kanoho not able to drop the glue wall in the correct direction. It's going to guarantee his death, so it's all down to Toby. And this time, Axis Esports finally decides to make the call to interrupt this party. It's going to allow Anxiety to at least still stay in the game, but GeekFam might not be that lucky. Vegeta actually gets a knockdown, and actually gets a finish on to Fikri. Very well done from the members of Axis.
Nice!
Now the exposes 2 of them, and Mano4 is down. And look at all the nades getting tossed in. Neptune does not wait. Orin has a grenade launcher in hand, but this is going to be huge. It's going to connect, but no, it actually misses. And Orin able to take down Shockhead with that grenade launcher, and this is going to push Axis Esports back ever so slightly. And you can see GeekFam instantly makes the call to go on the aggression, as Orin is just tearing it up with that grenade launcher.
The Sri Lankans can make their mark right now because they take that backstab against the players of GeekFam, but Phoenix pulls out the grenade launcher to tag up Santa. Santa himself cooking up his own grenade. Orange has not been caught out just yet as Phoenix repositions Sana now in the backstab position. Orange still in the middle of all of these engagements. A 2-on-1 will be able to put Sana down onto the ground, and Phoenix finishes him off. And even though Neverstop had the better positioning, they do not execute much on the battlefield at all. And now Archangels, 1 player on their side, disturbing the players of Neverstop, helping out GeekFam with the game of distraction. But Bloodyhead off screen will be able to take out a player from the side of Archangels as well. But Santa now, the grenade being cooked up. No one is able to take out the raging GeekFam just yet.
And remember, GeekFam fought 4 teams back to back, and they only lost 1 guy. This team is an absolute menace. They remind me of Ip Man, you know? They just fight, 1 guy fight 10 guy. That is the state of GeekFam right now. Phoenix doesn't even go down, as GeekFam achieves 10 kills. Letta perishes to the blue zone, so Archangel are also no more. And it's just a crazy thought to see that GeekFam still in the game. Toby with nothing left except for 10 glue walls, which in this situation doesn't really help him as much. He does see the members of Neverstop running past, but thankfully there's some terrain for him to work with. So Anxiety, Toby keeping himself safe by proning down, but Oren had just made contact with the members of Neverstop. Anxiety getting taken out by Mano4. The nade just overshots, and Oren just goes for it. Phoenix gets tagged by Sandler's nade, but Orin is going to go in for the finisher. It's between him and Zenze. Of course, Orin comes out on top, the superior fragger in that situation. GeekFam with 13 kills thus far.
I mean, you know, it is most definitely a killing spree, man. Everybody taking the chance up against GeekFam, but GeekFam stops them dead in their tracks. Nobody has been able to best the leaders of the competition so far, and no one has been able to put a single dent in their performance for this round. It looks like GeekFam is bringing in their raging performance once again, and this time it is Bloodyheads that takes them on and gets snuffed out before I can even get to that engagement. What a play by GeekFam. 17 kills in, and if they strike that Booyah in here as well, it's most going to be a record-breaking Booyah of the competition.
The most points we got was 33 points, including a Booyah, and I think GeekFam are about to break that record. So we're looking at 21 kills and a Booyah. I think GeekFam have more than enough to work with, taking the best possible spot on the top of the hill, and I believe Orin might still have the grenade launcher in hand. So there's plenty of avenues for GeekFam to set that new record, and the highest record that we had so far, I believe, almost close to 40 points, was also set by GeekFam. So if anything, GeekFam are here to break their own record. Vegeta is all alone down there. They has a nade in hand. No escape. Full team still alive. They are the best chance to take out GeekFam. But easier said than done though. GeekFam have all the bases covered.
17 kills in so far as Manchai, with the Groza in hand, manages to take another player out of the equation. No Escape might just be the next contenders who are not even moving into the circle, but instead wrapping around from the right-hand side, wanting to play the game of pressure. AC80 has been pulled out, but no cover whatsoever for the players of No Escape to play around with, and this might just be the worst approach of all, but they do manage to drop the one and only Orin, taking him out of the equation as well. Two players from the side of Geek Fam, both sharing one glue wall, and the backup from the Eastern Wolves gang from the back will put Geek Fam out of commission, so no records being broken in this as the Eastern Wolves gang will fight off No Escape for the Booyah in this matchup.
And this is where it gets a bit tough for EWG, having to run uphill, and we see Potter, he actually has the trip mine, he's gonna put them on 1-8! Just one is enough! And No Escape makes quick work of EWG, and that's what we talk about when you clump up. All it takes is one place nade, and No Escape makes their mark in this round 3.
Yeah, and you know, it was the exact same problem that Geek Fam had as well, as they all clumped up behind that one glue wall, but they didn't look at their backs. And it was the Eastern Wolves gang that took advantage, putting Geek Fam out of commission, and No Escape finally managing to take advantage and get the win from that higher ground. And it was perfection, because instead of hopping straight into the circle, they wanted to flank around from the right-hand side. They didn't know who it was on the high mountain putting on so much of pressure, but they knew they wanted that spot away from them.
Oh yeah, and unfortunately No Escape was just closer, and with a bit of help from EWG, they took the best spot and they just completely annihilated EWG. Can't get mad at that though. No Escape with a very quick and very brief highlight reel. And we didn't even get time to talk too much about, but what is certain is that No Escape, again representing Group C, has made a mark for themselves. Same as Farang, same as Anxiety. This team is here, and they are here to really make a statement for themselves. But despite Geek Fam not getting the booyah, it's the same thing. Do the work earlier on.
Correct.
Get to relax later. 17 kills, they'll take it any day.
Oh, they'll take that any day, man. And what a I don't want to highlight Geek Fam match after match, but their performance out there on the battlefield forces us to highlight them, man. I mean, they took on, 4 teams back to back, and finally the 5th one managed to take them out of the equation only because it was 2 squads versus 1, and they had their backs exposed. If it wasn't for that, that would have been the most perfect round for Geek Fam so far.
Yeah, it was already perfect, right? Like, there's nothing else that you need to say too much about Geek Fam. I think thus far, 3 rounds in a row, they've demonstrated how good they are. I think, you know, first round, I think 15 points, if I'm not mistaken. Second round, 15 points. And this one, well, definitely over 15 in the 20s for sure. But if today's main storyline is anything, I think it's all about that Group C, right? With the Sri Lankan teams at the forefront as the headline, but Group C as a whole need to step up their game, and some of those teams are really taking matters into their own hands and doing really well with it.
And unfortunately, the only 2 teams within Group C that's not performing, they are from Sri Lanka. Never Stop as well as the players of Archangels, which is a tad bit disappointing, looking at how we have been focusing on their plays all throughout since the start of the league stages. But the saving grace, once again, is the fact that even if they do not manage to catch up today, they still have 3 more remaining days within the league stage to play catch up, right? But obviously, you want to be able to show off on your own day of marathon, but the rest of the teams, they are the ones stepping up. Farang seems to be stepping up. The players of ORV in their own accord are finding, you know, those better positions for themselves as well, once that they have perhaps had a little bit more of that difficulty finding in the past. But it is once again Geek Fam that we have to highlight because of all of those crazy engagements back to back that they were taken on, and in a majority of those situations, Geek Fam was backstabbed. Geek Fam got caught in a third-party situation, but they managed all of those engagements perfectly, Husky.
Oh yeah, and I think, you know, in this case, Geek Fam has again showing us the mechanical check, right? Like, even in this final sequence, if it's not because of this initial knock by Kaz and the EWG kind of helping from behind, Geek Fam probably would have held on a bit longer. Of course, all good things have to come to an end, but Geek Fam made everyone sweat for it. And I think I'm just here to witness that final moment in this replay. I don't know who tossed that nade, but whoever did that definitely won the entire game. And I'm just going to wait for this. We'll let the highlight do the work. I think it was Potter. Yeah, look at this one. Wow, cut so right before. It's too graphic. You can't show it to the audience, right? If you
Perhaps
missed
we
it, you gotta rewind it.
And maybe we can even catch that action once again out there on the battlefield, because these teams today seem to be super consistent in that final circle. Axis Esports, on the other hand, though, you know, we found them grabbing the booyah and then being eliminated right after. In this third matchup, I feel like they've brought in a little bit of adjustments. I'm not so sure if or not that is purely because of the map or because of the fact that they avoided that hot drop very early on, because I didn't expect them to get taken down after hitting that booyah in game 2.
Yeah, and I think you can say the same for Watch and Learn. They didn't get a booyah, but they had a good start.
Yeah.
Only for that one game, right? And afterwards, it was a downhill trajectory. Just now in game 3, it was very tough for them, thanks to anxiety, just hunting them down. They don't even let that one guy escape with the zip line. So that really says a lot about that game state for Watch and Learn. But again, round 3 standings on your screen right now. And Geek Fam with 25 points. That was a third place finish with 17 kills. Snow Escape able to bag 20. Again, a stellar performance from this team. They were able to get the Booyah EWG with 16. XC still bagging 13, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Anxiety having a slow round, but they were able to get 7 kills nonetheless.
Yeah, a solid performance, just like what Geek Fam did in round number 1 earlier on, finishing up with the exact same points with 10 points. Farang this time around with 6 of those placement points, but only 2 of those engagements that went their way to come through as skill points with 8 points. And the lineup is wrapped up with Bloody Head, Never Stop, Archangels, Diversity Gaming, ORV, as well as Watch and Learn in the bottom half of this leaderboard, with Watch and Learn grabbing absolutely nothing from this round, which is a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, a tough one for Watch and Learn. I mean, even ORV Esports, right? Round 1 they were the only team that didn't get a single point. Round 2 was not bad, right? They actually had this one play where they set up this trap house for Axis Esports. They even wiped them out, but they didn't really make it. They didn't really put up, a insurmountable amount of points. I believe it was around 10. And on round 3, they only got 1. So in total, they actually got probably, 11 to 15, somewhere around that range in total, which basically is 1 round worth of points for a lot of teams out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, as these players hop on out there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the day as usual will be as crazy as all of the other league stages have been. Just like that, Husky, we're done with 3 rounds, man.
Oh, yeah. And we have 5 rounds away from the grand shuffle of the group. This is actually crazy. We have the fact that it is 8 rounds per day, and it still felt like it was 6 rounds per day. I think that's the craziest part of this league. I think we got so accustomed. It felt like it didn't feel that way. But also because all of these teams are just taking so much more initiative, right? We're not getting this 10-minute slugfest of teams just not doing anything. In fact, I specifically remember that back in the days, we would have 8 minutes of no kills, and that was without a revival system.
Correct. And that's why I love the revival system inside of Free Fire competitive scene right now, because it just encourages the teams to go out there a little bit early on and create their own path for themselves. With, of course, the appropriate level of skill, with the appropriate level of mechanical capability out there on the battlefield. Not everybody can be as aggressive as Anxiety as well as Geek Fam and still survive all the way into that final circle. I mean, you got to play a lot of those situations out there to your benefit, and not always Lady Luck looks at you and smiles. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick short break here before we hop on into game number 4. Let's see if or not luck favors anyone over there, especially the boys from the side of Sri Lanka, who are finding it hard to catch up with the other teams in here today. A quick short one. Husky and I will be right back.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esports.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esports.
Hello, I am Jiminio. Hello, I am Jiraya. And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan 2 pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Malaysia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan line selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Tim Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah tim X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Opsa kita orang punya.
Orange Sport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Hai Survivors, saya Bunga dan saya sangat-sangat excited nak share video terbaru saya dengan korang semua. Sebab apa? Sebab ini adalah kempen Free Fire untuk semua keadaan. Kali ni punya kempen dia lain sikit sebab saya tunjuk sisi yang lain daripada yang lain, yang korang tak pernah nampak, yang korang tak pernah tahu, yang sebenarnya Bunga main game. Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang. Free Fire.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. This is day number 3. One more day before we go for the Grand Shuffle, which happens tomorrow, which means that we get to see Group C running their first ever marathon in the league stage. And I would say so far, overall Group C has been doing pretty fine, AJ. 4 out of 6.
Yeah, 4 out of 6, right? I'm really looking forward to Sri Lanka stepping it up. Today is their day. Today is the moment that I've been waiting for so much because I've been hyping up these two teams for the longest of time. Okay, not so long, just 3 days, but you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? But within the first 3 matches, we didn't see anything out of Never Stop as well as Archangels. The rotations were weak. They kept spreading out and they were just easy picking for all of these teams as they just focused on playing the game of survival. But that wasn't the main intention from the get-go, right? They keep getting struck down, they keep getting their players eliminated one after the other, and then you see 1 or 2 players straying away to play the game of survival, not being able to revive any of their players as well. So overall, rotations-wise, defensive-wise, it's just been an absolute massacre when it comes to the players of the Sri Lankans. But of course, still, opportunities are available, Husky.
5 more rounds. I like how we just minus 1 round after every match, and then it looks more and more grim the more we say it, right? But this is the map recap. Bermuda, we started off with that one, and Axis Esports were able to come off with a booyah. You know, starting it hot for Group A. But for both Kalahari and Purgatory, it was Group C who really stepped up to the plate. Farang showing us that the remnants of Do Easy is still in that core identity of the team, and of course no escape with the highlight reel of a Natro that we couldn't even show on the replay because it was so brutal.
Oh yeah.
But they were able to get that booyah nonetheless, though they didn't end up in the first place of the round standings thanks to Geek Fam. But nonetheless, it is a good outlook for Group C, except for the Sri Lanka teams. And I think time is running out.
Well,
this is actually the best chance that they have, I think, to make an impact. Because if, let's say we look at the Grand Shuffle and they get placed in earlier groups, I think we might have a bigger problem.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And yes, this is their biggest opportunity, but of course, that opportunity not well used just yet. But Alpine is the map where we have actually seen all of the underdog teams make a name for themselves. Alpine is actually the map where we see some of the Sri Lankans do a little bit better in comparison to the other teams. Hopefully that's going to be a situation in here today. But as we look at the overall standings, it is clear who dominates the league right now. The one and only Geek Fam in both the placement as well as the kill points. And the kill points are absolutely breathtaking because you're looking at a surplus of over 40 kills in comparison to Anxiety, who are also dominant in the competition when it comes to the slays.
Yeah, and it is even more crazy if you look at these two teams and you realize that they are actually the first and second most teams with most kills, and yet the disparity is 45. Geek Fam are about to hit that 100-point lead over Anxiety, and this is not something that we are seeing for the first time, right? Geek Fam has done this. We have teams like Blacklist International who have done this. PXG Radicals who have had a 200-point lead at a certain point in time. But the fact of the matter is, these two teams are only playing for 4 rounds today, and yet Geek Fam are amassing this kind of lead. I think that is the craziest thing. But at least for Anxiety, they will have 4 extra rounds to at least bring them closer to Geek Fam and also cement themselves in that second place. You can say the same for the rest of the members of Group C. Farang making it to top 9. And that's pretty much it, at least for now.
Yeah, No Escape managing to climb the leaderboard quite a bit this time around, sliding into the 12th spot. And this is their day of marathon. So that's a great way to kick things off, right? To just light that fire up within themselves. ORE Esports as well inside of Group C. The day of marathon for these two teams, unlike for the Sri Lankans who have managed to find somewhere or rather, especially Never Stop, to drop a couple of ranks. Akyok Mer in a situation where they're not able to do much about this just yet as they are in Group B, but we will see them in performance later on, which just means that No Escape as well as ORV, they have to continuously keep this pressure up because Akyok Mer will be a little bit hungrier later on, looking at the fact that they are in a position to not make it through to the grand finals. But of course, highlighting once again, this is not the final day. This is still a day before the Great Shuffle, which is the halfway point stage. But it's a good thing to be in the top 12 at all times.
I think the best part is that by the end of the day, we actually get to fully look at the state of the league because everyone would have played 16 rounds, and then that scoreboard would tell us a more solid story. But in this case, I would want to quickly point out that ORV Esports are very, very lucky that they are running their marathon today, and they actually had a decent first 2 days because the past 3 rounds have been horrible for these guys, and yet there is a possibility by the end of today, due to the nature of the competition, that they remain in top 12. So if there's anything, they have to count their blessings because if they continue down the trajectory, I am slightly worried for the team.
I absolutely agree, but teams like Farang and Toda, the hard hitters of the competition, the supposed hard hitters of the competition, are still not showing their fangs just yet. And I know this is that one theory that I always bring up that not a lot of people are very happy with, right? The fact that some of the teams are hiding their strats. Because, it's as if I am putting light as to the effort that's being put out by the other squads out there. But it's a matter of fact sort of a statement because teams like Farang and Toda, we've seen how much of damage they are able to do when it comes to the grand finals. So these are the types of teams that, the other squads really, really need to pay close attention to and take advantage of the fact that they're not really showing their fangs just yet. Try to hot drop them.
I think the balance is very simple, right? There's this fine line between it being a reasoning and it being an excuse, right? And it really depends on the state of the competition. How long do you want to hide your fangs? If I bomb out on the very last round that is supposed to get me qualified for top 12 and I say I'm hiding my fangs, well, guess what? I'm not only not going to qualify, but teams, people, my fans won't be happy, right? So I think that's that fine line. Can do, I think it's a plausible theory.
Yeah.
But at this stage, it's safe to say that some teams are already showing off.
If anybody needs to hide their fangs, I think it's going to be Geek Fam, man. Because at the moment, they're not only popping off a little bit too much, but they're just showing everybody how they take these engagements.
They're winning too hard, you know.
And the best part here is that Garena themselves have given Geek Fam the perfect cloak of invisibility, because you don't know that it is Geek Fam out there that's battling you unless you start noticing some of the patterns in movement. When you engage with those teams, that initial double flank that Geek Fam continuously pulls off alongside the Russians who open up the matches with those grenades, it's not only a play of perfection, but it's a play that has been proven to be so effective so far.
Or when you see a team in the center, and somehow the last team standing is the team in the center, you know that team is Geek Fam, right? I think that's probably what some of the teams, some of the players saw from their point of view in that last round, where we had, you know, like 4 teams fighting, and somehow Geek Fam only lost one, and that one member wasn't even involved in that fight from the get-go.
I don't know how they pull it off. With so much of chaos out there on the battlefield, you need supreme capabilities when it comes to your mechanical skills, right? And I guess that's one of the positions as to where Toda has got the upper hand, where they managed to snatch away a superstar from the side of Geek Fam, the one and only Exact, who's dealing damage, but not enough damage for the squad to climb the leaderboard, which is why I'm so confident that Toda is most definitely one of those teams that do not want to show exactly what they're capable of in the league stages in here so far. Or at least it's way too early to show anything.
Yeah, but I think, you know, today is probably a good day for them to at least right? Because their standing isn't really the best. Yeah, sure, we know they're in top 9, but you look at the points and you suddenly realize that actually, I think they need a bit more. And Todak is I think like 6-7 man roster. So there are some adjustments that we saw from game day 1 and 2, where they were swapping people in and out. I think Exact had a few games where he wasn't playing at all because he had this very underwhelming beginning. Though I still firmly believe that the power duo, for me at least, is still Spark and Pedro, because those two have always shown us that immense teamwork that got them to the top. In this case, we were not able to see that because of these micro adjustments from Toda. We'll only see that in the round after this. But to kick things off, Anxiety against Watch and Learn again, and I think the result is almost going to be the same. So far, Anxiety does finish off X-Boy. Maske also under fire, Venom in a very tough spot. And I think this is just kind of that start where Anxiety continues to try and mech check Watch and Learn. But Watch and Learn actually gets a better opening, getting 2 kills off of Anxiety.
And the players of Anxiety now struggling at the get-go advantage. Archangels will be hot dropping the players of Never Stop. And of course, they get eliminated at the same process as well, as Zensei gets picked up here. None of the other players are in or around Garrison to pressure the players of Never Stop. So at the very least, the Sri Lankans managed to find 4 early points. The sad part is it is from the other Sri Lankans who are in the matchup as well. Bloody Heads, on the other hand, no escape. Error taken out of the equation, and Geek Fam finds some engagement on the battlefield as well. Time Turner is brought up, but iPens runs out of the Time Turner, only to be punished by the one and only Fikri. So much of those engagements happening back to back, and I believe Anxiety is going to be put out of commission very, very early on here. The saving grace of Chessmen backing away from the squad super early might just be exactly what the players of Anxiety need, unless Eternal Watch and Learn turns around and shuts him down. Or EWG, I have to say.
Well, good news for Chessman. He is long gone, so they won't be able to find him. Going for, gotta get to those revival points, which he's approaching very shortly. Now for Watch and Learn, this is their last round of the day. If anything, they want to be able to put up a good, at least a decent round. During the first week, we can say that, not much team knows about Alpine, at least competitively, not that we've seen on screen, but they've been given almost 2 weeks to prep for this, right? So I think the conditions are going to be a bit more different this time around, where as much as this can be highlighted as kind of a wild card map, or at least a wild card round where even teams who are not performing as well can kind of slip over with the win, I think there has been enough time given, and the better teams are probably going to have an edge just like they do on other maps. And just look at Geek Fam. I mean, So I'm looking at Geek Fam, and they are so spread out, just taking over so many points off the southern side of the map. As Anxiety were able to get all of their members back online, so we kind of get that early reset with the only team getting eliminated being Archangel in the hands of Never Stop. The No Escape also in a horrible spot, losing 3 members already. And once more, it is Cass being the last man standing for the team, but he does not have the luxury to walk out of this area.
And Bloodyhead are not even backing away from that compound. No way for Cass to find that information and before it's too late. So he just needs to play the game of guesses here. And let's all hope that his guesses are on point. Anxiety, full squad, all thanks to the one and only Chessman who managed to back away. And just when you thought Anxiety was going to be put out of commission super early, they're right here. The matchup, but Barba getting caught out here. Latte, as he circles around, pulls out the glue wall. Time turner by Barba, and he will not get caught out, but managing to put the one and only Latte down on the ground, followed by Kuki. Both players taken out. Barba finally shut down by Mocha, who approaches, but the damage has already been done. The other players on the side of Anxiety, just a little bit too far away, but Barba, the only casualty there. 1 kill point to trade Barba out to be brought back in from the revival point. One that Anxiety will be more than happy to take.
Yeah, because considering that they had this very slow start, I think Anxiety are fine with taking it slow. They've been going on this overdrive for 3 rounds in a row. So it doesn't hurt to take a backseat at least for a while. That's what Geek Fam did in round 2 on Kalahari, where they had this very methodical beginning, and they still ended up getting 15 points and making it to the last phase of the circle. The ORV was the team that I was concerned about because they didn't really get to perform too much, as Anxiety does so far have not been able to find a place where they can settle down and properly loot.
Eastern Wolves Gang, a team that is not very proficient at reviving their team members. Overall, so far in the 2 play days, or the third one including today, a total of 9 revives pulled off by Eastern Wolves Gang, which goes to say exactly how proficient the team is in terms of surviving out there on the battlefield. But at the very same time, it also shows that they hadn't had to or weren't forced to revive their players all that too many times, looking at their placement on the overall leaderboard. So that's a good balance that they bring into the matchup for themselves. But the bad point is whenever they do fall, they all fall at one go. So the Eastern Wolves Gang just need to brush up on their capabilities of bringing their team members right back in. And if they do, finding that number 1 spot in the overall leaderboard obviously is still going to be challenging because it's Geek Fam at the number 1 spot, but they will be on their way up nonetheless. Mark on the way to catch up with the rest of his team members, but obviously in a situation to get caught out as well as he plays a very late run in. And the Demon 76 with the vehicle in hand as he repositions might be the guy who catches Mark.
So I believe just now we saw Konoho getting taken down by Axis members. Oh, well, Anxiety just lost 3 of the members again. So very unfortunate round for them, and the circle does keep Chessman safe, but the option of bringing everyone back is now pretty much out the window temporarily unless Chessman can pull off a miracle run. So in this case, I think it's safe to say that Anxiety won't be showing up as much as we hope to be, but we see the members of Geek Fam just taking their launch pad right into the territory near Bloody Head. This is going to be a fight that Bloody Head will have to force themselves to take.
And Bloody Head doesn't really even have a compound here. But AC-80 in the hands of Morgana. He can strike, and he can strike fast. But the time turners, when pulled out on the side of Geek Fam, will immediately stop him in his pace. So Morgana needs to be super quick as he hits those back-to-back shots. Does stag Phoenix up just a little bit, but he gives away his positioning at the very same time. As you can see, the setup by Geek Fam, on the other hand, is to send Fikri off to that far left angle to play the flank as usual. Mano 4 and Orin this time are going to be the rushers who engage engage with the players of Bloody Heads. But Orin, as he spots a player on the left-hand side, sends that information right back and chooses to back away to apply some of those bandages just to recover his HP just a little bit before they continue this battle as they allow Bloody Heads now to reposition. Shanks out in the open, but his final second glue wall saves his life. If it wasn't for that, down he would have gone. Phoenix just tagging up all of those players back to back, but now Karloy behind a glue wall as well. But we switch on over to Axis Esports, who find Eastern Wolves Gang in a small little house.
You can see the Axis Esports again are on the aggression. Manchai is going to turn the corner and ambush, takes down Flame, puts down the glue wall, and actually was able to do significant damage to Shahid. And this guy is an acrobat. And Neptune was able to find Manchai, but he's not done just yet. Manchai gets finished off, and Axis Esports somehow were able to make it out of that with because pinpoint precision as East Wolf Gang gets absolutely massacred in this building. Axis Esports still wants to look for more, and all those glue walls being put out left, right, and center as Neptune just expends every single utility. Neverstop gets eliminated, but Farang off screen. But Axis Esports are now caught in this very tight and small space, and you can see who is swarming around them is ORV.
Farang with a quick and swift execution of Never Stop after they took their brothers Archangels out of this lobby. And the 11th place they take. Kuki now hopping on in as he gets revived. Goes to town with Axis Esports, taking all of them down alongside Lotte. That was unexpected. And the players of Eastern Wolves Gang, on the other hand, double back down and get out of the compound. ORV, are they going to be able to catch them out? Riven doesn't really have much of that backup, but has 5 glue walls to play around with here. But it looks like ORV are going to be staying put. They're not going to engage. They want their own team member back in for the play as well, and that just gives Eastern Wolves Gang the opportunity to get away. But it also gives you guys an opportunity to pick up one of our giveaways as well. Make sure you hit that screenshot, and as Husky has already explained, this is only available up till 5:30 p.m. India today for those on the SG server. So make sure you get that claimed before the end of the broadcast.
I just want to say Axis Esports set themselves up to lose that round, because if you're boxing like that, I don't know if that's a team huddle, but that's definitely not where you should do it. And ORV got the freest wipe of their lives. Very important for a team like ORV as well. Actually, we saw Demon 76 just driving through. Bloody Head are not so lucky. The Mark does not have the luxury, at least not dealing with Geek Fam. Bloody Head out already. Phoenix getting the finisher. 5 kills so far for Geek Fam. We are down to 8 teams.
Although Mark was stupendous in that round, managing to pick up 4 kills for himself, he was no match at all for the players of Geek Fam, who rage on through each and every single squad they spot out there on the battlefield. But when it comes to Eternal Watch and Learn, are they going to be able to pull off the exact same play as well? Geek Fam now reposition, finding better spots for themselves to look for all of these fights, but Maske puts himself into a predicament as he manages to close down the distance but gets caught off guard because he's just a little bit too far away from the rest of his players. Getting that aggression put on a little bit too early before identifying the positioning of the rest of his team members, who are in no place whatsoever to give him the backup that he requires.
Let's see how Geek Fam deals with this. Or should I say, let's see how Watch and Learn deals with Geek Fam. I think Geek Fam has it all planned out. So Orin is ready to kind of go on the aggression. And again, just seeing this guy transition from that support utility player to a rusher is definitely a sight to behold. But the fact that he's so solid with what he does, Demon 76 not able to really recover his health thanks to that Ice Bomb. It's going to allow Geek Fam to at least get more space. Phoenix just turns the corner and goes on a 1 versus 2. Gets a knockdown onto Demon 76. Because the backup is already here. Orin actually gets tagged by Venom 96 from afar and gets finished off. So Geek Fam actually not walking away with much just yet. But Maske gets finished off by Fikri as Watch and Learn now find themselves in a bit of a rough spot as both of their front lines, both of their spears have been broken by Geek Fam. The Riptide Rhythm just not enough to penetrate all of that glue wall. As Geek Fam are just on the board with what they do. This execution is as close as it can be to perfect. And Watch and Learn will have to sacrifice 2 members.
Yeah, great plays coming through from Venom 96 here as he manages to tag up all of the players from the side of Geek Fam. But he's taking on now one of the best snipers, if not the best sniper in the whole lobby! And he succeeds to knock Phoenix down onto the ground and gets away, but not before Fikri catches him off guard. Once again, Fikri, the best sniper in this lobby, running this matchup. But as the final surviving team member of Geek Fam, has to be much more careful with how he engages out there on the battlefield. Farang, the team that shut down and eliminated Never Stop earlier on. Look at Fikri, man, not doubting himself whatsoever, managing to bring Orin back into the matchup first and then gets taken down by the zone. Once again, strategy-wise, Geek Fam, absolute masters.
This is very important though, depending on where Orin lands, because there's only very little space that he can work with, and he's exposed. iPans, he's right down there under the bridge, and Orin is completely defenseless. And the footsteps is going to be hurt by iPans. But of course, he doesn't know that it's just Orin. He actually finds a gun for himself, but this is pretty much it. Orin completely out in the open with no avenues to work with. But he is in the circle, so there's something for Geek Fam to work with. Some sort of safe haven.
But Chessman spots out iPens, tags him up just a little bit, and now iPens turns towards him, which gives Orin the opportunity to back away, play the game of survival. Spaz in hand, which means the player on the side of Geek Fam should be able to survive in those close-range engagements. Mid to long range, bye-bye Geek Fam. They're going to bomb out a little bit too early this time around. Let's see how Orin plays the game of survival. It is Diversity Gaming on the other hand that is making Cambodia super proud. Chessman engages with Orin, and it's a close-range combat. Orin should be able to do it, and with the spaz, puts Chessman down onto the ground and eliminates the players of anxiety from this particular matchup. Also looting up Chessman. This is the best situation of all that Orin can encounter out there as the solo player of Geek Fam.
Yeah. Orin had nothing, and now he has everything. Just winning the fight. That is, and now they're back in a good spot, and sure, Orin is only one man. But maybe that would be more than enough to Geek Fam that miracle run. And look at this. He's actually in a very good spot. The circle is going to force him out pretty soon. But maybe it would just be enough time for all these teams to take each other out. At Diversity Gaming, Papa 44 getting pushed by the members of Farang. They're all running into the blue zone. Space, turn around, gets the kill. And it's down to the kid to make it happen. But Farang is just a bit too sharp. And they cut down Diversity Gaming. 8 kills for Farang thus far.
Nobody told the kid that the Charge Buster is currently not in the meta. The guy brings in the wrong gun to that battle. Neslu on the other hand, Max 7! That's the meta! And that's what you gotta run out there on the battlefield. Back-to-back, 2 kills, and they're gonna be super proud of that ORV. 9 kills in the game so far as they continue moving on. But the superstar that's still alive, the one and only Orin. We talked about how Geek Fam will be able to adjust their play style depending on the situation out there on the battlefield, depending on the numbers that they have on their side. And this is case in point. Orin, the survivor, and even how Orin got brought back into the matchup by one player outside of the circle who had 0 opportunities to survive as he travels on in. The strategy, too good. Orin surviving still. Cookie gets caught out! Orin, glue wall pulled out! And he does not get this. And look at Orin once again, right? Has got the spaz, has got the shotgun in hand, but instead pulls out the Akimbo revolver for those mid to long range engagement. The guy needs a better gun here, Husky.
That was so patient. He actually didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Because he looked for info, and he was actually exposed. He dropped the glue wall, but no one was paying attention. And he was just using everyone against one another. And this is Orin's best chance. Look at this, AJ. We only have 8 members left. One of them is Orin. And Farang, they're in a very good spot to get their the booyah again to represent Group C. The second booyah of the day. ORV can't take the brunt of it. The Riptide Rhythm is out as ORV are all exposed. Jimbao gets a nade onto Mokka, and they get a finisher onto ORV. So it's Orin against the rest of Farang. But if you are Geek Fam, Orin can now go in peace. Give Farang the booyah. Orin has done his job, but he's going to try anyways. The nade connects. No knockdown just yet. It's Orin against the rest of the world. And of course, the weight of the world is a bit too strong, and the weight of Farang will give them the second booyah of the day.
Yeah, excellent play from Farang to pick up the booyah, but obviously you know exactly who I'm gonna highlight. Once again, I'm sorry boys, Farang, you did a good job picking up the booyah, but the stellar play out of Geek Fam once again blows my mind. Free Fire mastery at its best right there, playing Battle Royales, which in its crux is survival. Orin, Geek Fam, the survivors.
And Geek Fam went from 8th place to 2nd because of one decision that they made. And you have to give it to Fikri. You have to give it the rest of the team to actually making that call.
Yeah.
So very well thought out by the team. And of course, I mean, Orin wouldn't finish in 3rd place. But again, the decision making from this player just being so disciplined. I've never seen this before. Normal players will have pulled the trigger instantly, but
Correct.
Orin, he waited. He didn't get the kill, but most importantly is the placement. I know it's just a 1 point difference, but that 1 point can mean a lot. And every single point that they get to deny is every single point is a point extra that the teams need to catch up to them.
And any other players in the side of Geek Fam would have run into the final circle and then try to bring their team members back. But what they did in this situation was so different, Aski. Running outside of the circle, tanking that damage, reviving the best survivor on their squad who would have the opportunity to take this solo run, survivability gameplay, and Orin just took it home for the side of Geek Fam, right? I mean, spectacular decision making and spectacular execution when the situation out there was just totally against them. But of course, luck played its part as well, with the players of Farang as well as ORV not really focusing in on them in that final circle.
And remember, the journey of this player Orin. He wasn't even here when the first MCP major began. Not that I remember, but when we first saw him, was it Argon MY or some
Correct,
team? So Argon MY, when we started out, he was the player that we looked at and we were like, what is this guy doing?
Yeah.
Why is he driving into 4 guys? There's a lot of question marks on our head. And fast forward 2 leagues, and suddenly right now he's playing with the best team in Malaysia,
Yep.
and he is probably the best utility players that we've seen. And not only that, he stepped up his game. He went from best utility player to right now a true survivor. The growth of this player just individually is incredible.
I absolutely agree, man. And I believe the previous competition, was it Challenges 1? I forgot which one it was, but there was a dip in performance coming through from Orin. He wasn't really at his best, but very clearly he took that to heart and he went to the drawing board right back to reposition or rework all of these strategies in his head and see exactly how he wants to take his gameplay out there on the battlefield, right? And he's back as one of the best players on the side of Geek Fam, which is just spectacular. With the fact that he was the chosen guy to be the survivor, to play those final moments on the side of Geek Fam in itself, shows how much of trust the rest of the team members have got in Orin, right? But of course, that final engagement could have been much better for the players of ORV if it wasn't for those raging nades that came raining down on them.
Yeah, if someone actually saw Orin, not sure if it would have made a difference though, because what caught me off guard was that I don't know who from ORV actually was in the line of sight of Orin but didn't see him. Orin even put them a glue wall in front of him, but he was distracted. He actually got shot from Cookie, and Orin was like, "Thank goodness you were distracted." Proceeds to fire a Cookie, didn't get the kill, but the deed was already done.
Yeah, and the trigger discipline. I mean, I'm sorry for focusing so much on Geek Fam and Orin, guys, but their plays are just unfortunately too good out there to not zone in on, right? But Farang obviously will take the spotlight for themselves because not only do they smash the Booyah, they also outdo their own performance on the battlefield by picking up 13 kill points this time around for a overall 25 points for the squad. Geek Fam right behind them, and talk about consistency, 18 points. And speaking of consistency, once again, ORV Esports from Group C, knowing that this is the day of marathon, they bring out their best plays as well. And yes, in the overall leaderboard, we did see Group C at the very bottom because of the 4 games that they have left unplayed. So this, at the end of the day, we will be able to see exactly how they match up to all of the other teams. But I think they are off to a great start here.
Yeah, 2 slow rounds and 2 good rounds, 50-50 thus far. Again, gotta be a bit more consistent if you are ORV. Even up to this point, even if they are doing good in some rounds such as this one, I still find it a bit hard to pinpoint who exactly on the side of ORV is the one that makes the call, is the one that is going to be the superstar. Maybe the name Cookie does struck me a bit more, does give me a bit more impression, but even then it feels like it's up in the air.
Yeah.
So ORV Esports still has a lot to prove, but aside from that, I think Watch and Learn also had a pretty great round. The worst one was for Anxiety. Didn't get to play the game at all, but somehow still able to muster out 5 points.
Yeah, I don't know if Anxiety got the shorter end of the stick here in this particular lobby. I still think it's the Sri Lankans, right? And look at Axis Esports. This is the point that we brought up when they hit the Booyah, not to put them down, but to highlight exactly what we see out there in terms of performance. And the unfortunate side of Axis Esports is they just cannot bring in the consistency to the competition just yet, right? And for a team that is capable of grabbing the Booyah and at the very same time bombing out in the very following round and then showing up in rounds like this, just, brings up questions as to what's going up with the team and how are they taking some of their strategies out there on the battlefield. But yet, those strategies, unfortunately, are slightly better than Sri Lanka at the moment because this time around, it was a battle between brothers. And then later on, they also got taken out. But the saving grace for Never Stop is they managed to get those 4 kill points first.
You got to take any point you can get, right? Even over the corpses of your brethren. It had to be done. Yeah, no choice. One of them has to make it through, or at least they hope to get through. But with that being said, that is the end of Group A's day at least for today. Tomorrow, Group A will run the marathon again, but with a different set of teams. But we will find out about that by the end of the broadcast. Well, towards the end after our last match. So sit tight for that. But coming up is Group B, and that's where teams like Todak, teams like K9 Esports are about to take center stage.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And as all of these teams hop on out there to do their best in the competition, we are looking to see exactly who can bring in these consistent plays, right? Because at the end of the day, even if you go out there and you do all of your most wondrous strategies executed to perfection, but cannot bring in those back-to-back plays, you're not going to stand a chance to hop on into the top 12. Bermuda is going to be the next map that is played as we hit that button on reset. But Group A, once again, like mentioned by Husky, they're not going to be playing anymore before we shuffle up the groups. Tomorrow, when we start the day, we will see exactly how the lineup is. And if the Sri Lankans have already been struggling in Group C, I really don't know exactly how they're going to be doing here tomorrow, Husky. What do you think?
I mean, there's a chance that you play a marathon today and you get slotted into Group A and you'll be like, oh my goodness, another 8 match tomorrow. That is going to be possibly the worst case scenario.
Yes.
For some teams, because I think it will be incredibly tiring. But that's the nature of it, right?
Yep.
Like some teams will have to take the fall for it. But again, I don't think there is a particular format for the shuffle, or at least not that I know of. So we just have to wait and see until the end of the day.
Yep.
But for now, I think for Group C, 4 more rounds for them to go. But this is a very important 4 rounds for the Sri Lankan teams because
yes,
this is a good indicator of their chances of even qualifying for the finals.
The only 2 teams from Group C that will be most pained if they get thrown into Group A on the shuffle is the 2 Sri Lankan teams.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunately, because when you look at ORV, when you look at basically any of the other teams, to a certain degree, they have shown that they are making good use of the marathon run in here today, right? But the Sri Lankans, on the other hand, although they try their best out there on the battlefield, hot drops are still detectable on day number 3. I don't know if that was forced by them because nobody chooses to hot drop Anxiety. So that could have been Anxiety hopping on into the maze, which was, a little bit out of character for them. But they just could not hold their own against any of these teams, which is the unfortunate part.
Honestly, I think the best way is just they hot drop each other. At least one of them will get 4 points,
I mean, that's what happened in Alpine, man. I mean, it's a pain because although they did get that, Never Stop did get the 4 kill points, and then they got eliminated in round 11, in the 11th spot, right? Yeah. The only thing that saved them and pushed them into the 10th spot is because of those 4 kill points, which is not the saving grace at all. It's not great. It's not good in any way whatsoever. If anything, I would prefer for teams like Never Stop and Archangels to take a solo drop into a spot, not detect it, not kill anyone, disengage from everyone, and purely play for placement points at this particular section.
To be fair, they did it 2 times and they still ended up getting wiped. So
it was good. I mean, when we saw day 2, purely playing game of survival.
That's the thing, right? I think that's the thing that really caught me, that really surprised me because it really felt like they were doing what they thought was right from day 2.
Yeah.
But something just fell off. They were not winning the fights. They were playing so defensive. We talk about fight or flight, but it seems like for them it's just I run until I win, and that's not how it should be. It feels like they only fight when they were forced to, but when they were forced to, you are never really truly prepared for that. And that's something that I think they have to kind of rekindle again.
Yeah.
Because to replicate the success or the better rounds than what they got from day 2, you have to find that balance between playing defensively and taking initiative. And so far, we haven't been seeing that. Though Archangel has been doing so, albeit a bit uncoordinated.
Yeah, and obviously the points on the leaderboard shows exactly how fruitful some of their efforts are. But to take a quick recap here, Axis Esports, as they hit that very first booyah of the day, found it tough to repeat the exact same, as they have had inconsistent performances right after. Farang, on the other hand, managed to secure 2 solid booyahs for themselves, and the players of No Escape managing to hit that booyah at Purgatory for Game 3. And as we move on into the opportunity now opened up for Group B, Group A obviously will be sitting this out until tomorrow, and Group C continues their day of the marathon run.
This is going to be very important for Group C, but I'm excited to see what Group B has prepped for this midway point of the league, especially when we do have some supposed to be heavy hitters not hitting hard enough, right? The only representative that they have right now is K9 Esports, but K9 Esports have already proven that if you don't have anxiety, then you can look at K9 Esports to be the one that bears the torch. But for teams like Todak, Orange Esports, that's where I think I get a bit worried, especially for Orange Esports, because there's something about this team that doesn't feel right. Definitely some inconsistency.
Some?
Yeah.
That's
they
a lot.
Inconsistency.
I don't know what has happened to Orange Esports. This is one of the better teams coming out of Malaysia, but in this competition, not just this competition, in recent times, Orange Esports have been struggling with their approach in Free Fire. But they better find a fix quickly, because this is not a small organization. It's quite a huge one.
The oldest one in the country, in the nation. The oldest
is not going to be very pleased with such a performance. But we know that they have got the quality. Let's see if they can translate that quality out there onto the battlefield as well, because so far they have not been doing so, and I don't even see them trying, unfortunately, Aski.
One of the few acquisitions that is huge, but it doesn't really reflect as much, right? Especially when I remember 2 years ago when we first did it, there's only like Geek Fam, I think, a bloody hit. There's very less organization, right? Divinity Esports is one of them, and fast forward a few months later, we get Blacklist International. I think that was one of the biggest acquisitions that we had. They acquired Baby Argon, and they proceeded to win, I think, like 1-2 leagues in a row. And afterwards, Todak joined the fray, and now we have Orange Esports. So there's definitely an expansion in terms of organizations really picking up Free Fire teams. At one point, we even have Sem9 being a part of the fray. So it's definitely growing. But I think for Orange Esports in particular, the reflection of this acquisition isn't as impactful as we wanted it to be. And there's nothing on the org itself. I think the players have a lot to prove. And if there's anything, I think today is very important for them, because it's before the Great Shuffle, and it's also a chance for them to prove what they have learned in the past 2 weeks.
Let's check out exactly where the players of K9 Esports now find to call their home, because it looks like Pain is looking out for the other players of Archangels and immediately opens fire to push them out of the river dam. Let's hope and pray the players of Archangels manage to turn things around, because the last thing they need is being taken out of the equation once again super early. X-Men, on the other hand, will be hopping on in here for quite the hot drop alongside AKO, but the players managed to peel away at the very final second. So X-Men Akatsuki will be safe, but the same cannot be said for Team Princess, who are very close to AKO Khmer.
AKO Khmer is one of the teams that, showed up late, but feels like overall they're probably slightly better than Diversity Gaming. I say that, but unfortunately, No Name has already got an initial kill. Du Mingjun goes down, but instantly revived by Hang, because AKO Khmer wants to commit to this. And same for Team Princess. Mika Boy with the sight in hand wants to go for the melee. Actually getting a good slice onto a 2K, but not able to get the finisher, and he actually gets punished by 2K. Minka Boy goes down. Jimmy Nyo will get a trade back. She goes for the revive first. So at the end of the day, 2K is the one that falls, and AKO Khmer will finally decide to disengage.
Is 2K going to be brought back into the matchup as well instantaneously? Doesn't look like the situation, doesn't look like the scenario, as X-Men Akatsuki hears all of those shots. They back away a little bit closer towards the edge of this tiny little island here, and it will not be a strong engagement coming through from X-Men Akatsuki, but it looks like Jazly is moving on out just to play the role of reconnaissance, right? Looking to see if or not he can spot out those players of Team Princess approaching their compound. That's not going to be the situation. Anxiety, on the other hand, spot out No Escape, and No Escape is the ones who's rushing down their compound. And it will be iPens that gets caught out in the open, but not wasting a single glue wall.
What?
And Kanoho puts down Potter. Cass catches off Kanoho. Back-to-back trade coming through as the players of Anxiety hop on out, but the underperforming No Escape shuts down Anxiety. What a turn of events.
Cannot believe that just happened. Another Anxiety had it done, right? They even had the good time turner to protect them. But Archangel, on the other hand, getting spotted out by Farang. This should be a very easy kill for the boys of FRG. In fact, Archangel are getting pushed back really hard. In fact, too bad. He knows that he's gotten the job done, and now it's all about finishing, laying out the finishing touch. Letta, second one to go down, as Archangel once more being put on the absolute back foot with X-Gun. Third one on the chopping block. I think Archangel actually has one guy already far away, ready to go for all those revives, but the fact of the matter is, Jembao even pulls out the pan to bash X-Gun's skull in. So 3 kills for Farang to start it off.
Archangels continue struggling in the competition, but Joker has a vehicle for himself that he can use to head on straight in towards that revival point, but instead of doing so, he shoots outside of that next safe zone. I wonder exactly what is he trying to pull off here as he backs away ever so slowly. Never Stop, on the other hand, all of their players still surviving, but perhaps straight into the hands of AKO Khmer they might run on into. Not even much time to continue looting up this space as the blue zone focuses on pressuring all of them to get a move on. A couple of vehicles all around, but it doesn't seem like Never Stop really wants to reposition with those vehicles in hand, which is quite the surprise here, Husky, because at Bermuda, although not as huge as Purgatory, it will come in quite handy having those vehicles on you.
Yeah, I mean, vehicles I think is very essential nonetheless, right? The fact that players use that vehicle to do all those scouting duties, I think is pretty interesting. At least for a battle rap perspective, right?
Yeah.
Those things are pretty durable. Mika Boy does get the revive onto his teammate. So interesting enough, during the break, I think we did have some team features, and it was mentioned that Team Princess was formed a week before FFCS. All things considered, being in the middle of the pack isn't too bad.
Absolutely right, but you know, one thing that obviously, even if they were formed a week before, you look at the names there, these are all veteran players that they've got in their ranks, so understandably they've got the firepower to bring out there on the battlefield, but the chemistry, that's the surprising part, right? It's just 1 week to work together as a squad, and they are putting out quite the good quite the acceptable performance for a team that has been formed just a week ago. Not the most dangerous squad out there on the battlefield, but hopefully Team Princess can find their stride. X-Men now catching out the players of Never Stop as they move on into their compound, but Sana finds the defensive position, and although he is tagged up, that safe zone is going to be doing the rest of the damage. Jans now, Mag 10 in hand, is not able to spray down just yet, but Mag 7 all waiting down for them down below, and the players of Never Stop, they manage to move on in, but Flank gets the drop, takes Sensei out of the equation as well. Jazly finds one, but Jazly does not manage to execute this to perfection. Yes, there were 2 knocks coming through from the players of Never Stop, but X-Men Akatsuki wrapped that situation up quick.
Again, all those individual fights not working out in the favor of Never Stop. A recurring theme throughout the league up to this point, where it feels like they just want to go for those 1v1s. You know, you feel the bloodlust. You want to go for those white swings, but unfortunately, if you want to go for those challenges, you got to land your shots. Never Stop always fall short of that finisher. With the circle going a bit towards the northwestern side, we're actually seeing K9 Esports spreading out very far apart around Shipyard, making sure that the whole area is looted, is picked clean. Orange Esports and Farang in the vicinity as well.
Let's see what Orange Esports can make out of this as they pick Katulistiwa to find their defensive spots at. Nobody else in or around their compound just yet. K9 Esports, on the other hand, playing it safe as well. The edge of the next safe zone is where they choose to find their defensive spots. Joker still running around, perhaps looking to bring his team members back into the matchup. I don't know exactly what's running through the mind of Joker, but I guess he feels like running around solo is a little bit easier than running around together with the rest of his squad members. Team Princess, we talked about them earlier on, but Toda seems to be eating up those players one other off screen. Jan's Max 7 in hand, vehicle as well. Now this is the vehicle that the players of Never Stop should have taken and driven off with, but they leave it there for the taking of the other teams. I once again do not understand exactly why that call was made, because this is the team, Never Stop was the team that struggles to make some of these rotations, Aski.
Oh yeah, and even if they do, they again ends up in situations where they just lose individual fights. Oh, the grenade from Tom bounces off its own glue wall, and that could be the end of the story. Kind of a mistake, a crucial one in fact. And Orange Esports not able to find their footing, at least not in the first round, their debut round of today. ORV finishes off with 4 kills, but you see Yan getting knocked down by the play zone, but meanwhile K9 Esports again is slowly encroaching in the territory of Farang with ORV behind them. And you just hear all the vehicles piloted by the members of K9 circling around the area for some information.
Farang just playing the game of patience well here, but a little bit of too much of extra patience, and ORV will be able to catch up with their compound and defensive spot to pressure them as well. Let's see exactly what goes on to break down here as K9 Esports peels away from the defensive spot of Farang, and it looks like ORV is about to do the exact same thing as well. Now, all of these players are making these decisions because they know of the positioning of the players of Farang. The shots were, started a little bit earlier on the side of Farang, and ORV, the moment they get sight of that, they quickly go into reposition, but only 2 players have managed to back away so far. The other 2 on the way to rotate on in, but away from the players of Farang. And that's going to be the saving grace, because that just obscures the line of sight of the players on the side of Farang, and no knockdowns from their side. And ORV survives this potentially deadly encounter here, Aski.
I see a couple of players getting knocked down by the play zone, so I wonder why that is going to why that's the case. I mean, Joker, he's gonna bleed out for sure. You see AKO Khmer still in the game as Han getting his very first kill. Of course, Jiraiya, it's gonna be Jiraiya X-Gun will be revived again. So far actually nothing much was lost. As Todak now shows up on screen, but look at Leda is on top of the tower. So this is of the structure. This is going to be very, very important. So much vantage point for him to work with.
A lot of vantage point, but literally nothing to work with. No guns, no grenades,
Wait, did they
no glue
revive
walls.
him and he decides to drop up? Oh my
yes,
goodness.
Sir. Yes, sir. That is exactly what happened.
Oh man, why?
And now he's stuck. He's literally a sitting duck that's just really high up above the ground. But once that circle starts moving in within the next 40 plus seconds, Leda is going to be in a lot of trouble. Toda rotating in towards Katulistiwa to meet the rest of the team members of Leda. So Archangels not out of hot soup just yet. They are about to take on one of the most dangerous teams of Malaysia without a full squad. Although they do have their team members surviving out there on the battlefield. That's going to be quite painful of a situation to be in. And AKO Khmer rotating away from Leda, although he poses zero danger to them at all, but straight into the hands of Toda potentially, as Toda continues moving on as well. None of the teams stopping just yet, because in open lands like this, nobody's crazy enough to take some of these engagements, Aski.
Yeah, or being really patient as well. You can see the full stretch of plantation being taken over by the team. They are showing up, considerably well, especially when the first, at least round 1 and 3 have been, unkind to these guys. Farang continuing his very dominating performance of stage 3 as X-Men's Kasuki are going to come in and trespass the territory of K9 Esports, and unfortunately for X-Man, he's in a very bad spot. Justy goes down. You can say the same for Flank as well. X-Men and Kasaki are no more. It's K9 Esports gets their first 2 kills. Same time, Cass actually downs 2 bad, so Farang also engaging in the fight. No escape. Now will decide to take on K9. Blank getting knocked as Potter on the other end takes down Jesbu and also Jembao. And the members of Farang caught outside the blue zone, but also have to deal with this relentless firing of the members of No Escape. Too Bad was able to get out of it.
Too Bad catching up with Spade, and now the players of Farang all beside each other. Great time turner pulled out by No Escape, and they managed to back away from the pressure of K9 Esports. But Payne manages to find RS7 right after that initial engagement. But the pickup isn't going to be too tough for the side of iPants and K9 Esports. Although there was a good initial attack, they have got no path of aggression in here at all. The moment they step on out of this defensive spot, No Escape will be able to fire right back, and the right hand side has the players of Farang waiting for them as well. So this is going to be a position where K9 Esports will be truly tested now, Husky.
Slightly worrying for K9 Esports. See if they can go through No Escape, as with a lot of these engages, a lot of these potential engages happening soon. Jembao actually has that grenade launcher in hand, so that's something that Farang can definitely utilize as they try to breach into the circle. All things considered, I mean, Archangel are doing a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Still staying around the circumference of the circle with 2 members at this point of time. But Farang gets eliminated by No Escape as AQ Khmer now shows up on the radar, taking on Team Princess once more. As everything comes full circle, K9 Esports under fire of No Escape. iPants pulls out the grenade launcher. He's looking for a couple of angles to unleash hell on the members of K9, but not able to find it. In the meantime, I think Todak also started the fight elsewhere as we approach the late stage of the game.
And Afik's beautiful drop onto Kuki takes him out of the equation. K9 Esports continuing the pressure on all of these players. Flushes out the players of No Escape from their defensive compound first, but as they rush on in, they find that it is all empty. No Escape have already repositioned. Now, they are the ones waiting for K9 Esports, but this battle happens outside of the circle. Both of these teams under a lot of pressure now from the blue zone, and back-to-back grenade launcher will be able to shut down the ravaging players of K9 Esports. Blank all alone now, unable to rescue his brothers. K9 Esports, they have just been outsmarted by No Escape.
iPads took out 3 of the members, I believe, of No Escape with a grenade launcher as Potter gets knocked out by the blue zone. K9 Esports are out, and it's down to Kaz all alone. ORV shuts that down. 9 kills for ORV in this game, as they are all fighting for the spot in the center of the circle, but Todak are not in a good spot. Well, Archangel facing off against the members of Todak 4 versus 2. X-Guy getting backstabbed by Pedro, and it's all down to one final member of Archangel running circles around this building. But Pedro is going to go for the finisher. We're down to the final 2 teams. It's Todak against ORV.
And this was an expected performance out of the players of Toda as they continue running through, looking for the next circle. They don't really have much time to work with here because the blue zone's already chasing them on in. ORV positioned, waiting for the fight against Toda inside of that next defensive circle that they already have commanded for themselves, and towards the very center of that circle. That's going to be an important point, but what a connection with that grenade. And just like that, the momentum turns on to the side of Toda, who goes in for the finisher and does exactly that, securing their booyah.
And that's how you started off with a bang.
Whoa.
Toda previously acquiring Argon MY. And even though with the absence of some members, with the absence of Orin, who is now doing exceptionally well in Geek Fam, but the rest of the team still has their stride. And this was what we saw when they first formed Pedro and Spark, the dynamic duo. And now a year later, even when Exile is not playing in the lobby, they still put up an immaculate performance. And that is the opening that you want to see if you are a supporter of Toda.
Absolutely, man. Pedro has always been my favorite player because of his smarts out there on the battlefield. And they prove it, man. Once again, like you said, without even the presence of Exact, this is the quality of Toda, right? So with the presence, with the experience that Exact brings into the team, even if he's not out there on the battlefield, with just him sharing all of his thoughts, sharing all of the strategies that he brings forth from his ex-team, is gonna help Toda propel their way forward. And this is just a well lined up squad, no doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that this is one of those teams that doesn't really have a clear weakness that you can exploit.
Yeah.
Unless it's on their own accord that they mess up, then yes, sure. But overall, they are all solid in their own regards, and we actually got a glimpse of that winter camp. Nonetheless, for Todak, that was a great round one, exactly what we expected from this team. In fact, when Todak first acquired Argon NY, they actually had a breakout season.
Yeah.
And no, it kind of went on a slight dip. But I think this is a good way to remind people that Todak is still in the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. But we do not expect them to bite as hard just yet, because they're pretty much just still warming up at the league stage. Just everything is still fine. And here we haven't even hit that halfway point, albeit it is just around the corner as we end today. You know, some of these teams have already gone out there and shown exactly what they're capable of. But when it comes to consistency, nobody has been able to match up to what GeekFam brings into the competition, right? Even not hitting those great days where, and by great days I mean grabbing that booyah with a lot of kills, they're still able to end up in the top 5 every single time they hop into a matchup like that. And Todak just needs to find a way to match up to such consistency. At the grand finals, we've seen them do that, but during the league stages in itself, not sure if it is something that they intend to not force on purpose, or it's something that they're just not capable of doing, because so far, they don't seem to be the hardest hitters of the competition for sure.
Definitely not. I believe Todak even had a couple of booyahs under their belt, right?
Yes.
Like they started off the week with a bang, but obviously we see that slowdown on, I believe, day 2. Well, actually day 1 they're off to a slow start. I think day 2 was where they popped off. Either way, I think week 1 for Todak has been kind of a roller coaster, right? But then when you look at Group B, it felt like Todak is the team that can put Group B on the board. So it's a very weird position for them to be in. You know, when they're paired up with teams like AKO Khmer, like Orange Esports, it really felt like Todak is the superstar, is the main character of their group. But even then, AKO Khmer themselves felt like they're taking over.
Exactly, man. And AKO Khmer, although not as consistent as we want them to be, but they're bringing in some of these plays which you might think would be quite tough for a brand new region who's been introduced into the pro scene, right? To actually execute out there on the battlefield against all of these other veteran players who identify with the scene really, really well, who know the strategies roughly as to what to anticipate or expect out there on the battlefield, which really makes AKO Khmer a team to fear out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, and I think, for just the first round, for Group B, at least for this week, we are seeing some pretty decent performance, right? And Anxiety, to kick it off, this one is more Group C related, but no escape, really showing up a big time by taking out Anxiety. Archangel, unfortunately, still not really doing as well, but they were able to muster up some placement points thanks to their survival instinct. Can't say the same for Never Stop. With all that considered, I think that Group C are still the superior one thus far. We're seeing those Group C teams really making it all the way until the end. But Group B are showing some fight in them.
Some fight, Husky. It looks like some fight that we expect out of the players of Never Stop could be slightly better with some of with how they take some of those engagements out there on the battlefield, right? But of course, without being too harsh on them, we hop on over to the performance of K9 Esports earlier on, as they started off the day great until they encountered this particular position. The players of No Escape, who managed to turn things around so quickly on them and outsmarted those players by hopping out of their defensive position, catching the players of K9 Esports inside their defensive compound, and then slicing all of them out.
Yeah, that's the grenade launcher effect, right? Like it's nothing you can do about it. It's just the grenade launcher making the difference. I think getting a triple knock on the members of K9 Esports kind of sealed their fate. And I mean, after K9 Esports got knocked out, I think No Escape also got knocked out. And the rest is history, right?
Yeah.
Toda just swoop in and got the booyah for themselves. Nonetheless, though, K9 Esports were caught in a very unfortunate position, but no escape in the meantime. It's slowly creeping up, and I do like this rendition of the team.
Slowly creeping up, but I would prefer them to step up the pace just a little bit because obviously, I mean, it's not to their detriment if they're not into the top 12 just yet, because we have quite a number of league date stages in here for them to play, but it will be quite a good spot to be in before we wrap the day up. As we take the round 5 standings from the very bottom, Anxiety, you guys saw exactly what happened to them. 0 points picked up, and the exact same here for Never Stop. And the underperforming Orange Esports continues to struggle in the games as Team Princess picks up the 9th position here with 6 points. It's not too bad considering how they perform overall, managing to pull away those 2 kill points. But Farang picking up 6 points, that's a little bit of a surprise here, Husky.
Yeah, it's a slightly slower round for Farang, you know, very challenging. I think that's Camille love to fight. K9 Esports will fight you even if you say no. X-Men Akatsuki just rushes you. So this is a different ball game for those Group C residents. It's something that they need to keep in mind. But you know, we see Archangel getting 10 points, 8 of them off of placements, which is pretty solid because that's fourth place finish. K9 Esports also getting 10 point. AQ Camille doing the same. But at the end of the day, I think ORV Esports and No Escape should be very proud of themselves for getting, you know, for getting above average points even without the booyah that Todak has.
I'm very thankful because Archangels are switching their playstyle, right? I think they're most definitely tuning in. They're most definitely listening. Please continue with the exact same effort, boys, because it's the placement points that seem to be a little bit more guaranteed rather than those kill points, which are obviously going to be dependent on how things go out there on the battlefield, which hasn't really been going the way of the Sri Lankans just yet. So placement points, the guaranteed way to rise up the leaderboard, most definitely the way Archangels are leaning towards, and it seems to be working for the time being. Top 3, Toda, ORV Esports, as well as No Escape. The 2 teams that are being super consistent here, ORV as well as No Escape. Now, I cannot say exactly how much of benefit this is going to bring Team ORV, because we've seen them struggle, we've seen them underperform, but today I believe is one of their best days so far, Aski.
Absolutely, and I can tell you what benefit that they can get from this is that they will definitely not worry about dropping out of top 12 by the end of the day, right? Because I think at round 3 or round 4, we're saying that there's a possibility when the day ends, ORV might still stay in top 12 just because they had a good day 1 and day 2, and they just changed that, right? They got I think 2 good rounds in a row, and right now they have cemented their spot in top 12 at least by the end of the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a good place to be. It's a good place for your own emotions as well as your mental state before you hop on into some of these battles. It really does affect your team's performance out there on the battlefield, no doubt whatsoever. I mean, when you're down at the very bottom, look at Orange Esports. Look at how good of a squad they are with individual skills, no doubt, on their team. But performance out there on the battlefield, I'm not going to be surprised at all if it is very much due to where they stand overall. They seem to be down in spirits just a little bit, Husky.
Yeah, Orange Esports are getting outplayed at every corner, right? It always is those scenarios where you know these guys, we've seen them play, all these veterans, they come together to form that team that's supposed to take them to the next level, but somehow they just fall short every time.
And, you know, I expect that to change really, really soon. Better today than waiting for tomorrow, because we don't know exactly how much of uncertainty is left in tomorrow, right? Every single time you get thrown into a brand new group, you have to redo your homework. You have to figure out exactly where their drop spots are, and it might not be the same when those shuffles happen, because obviously those teams need to accommodate the other teams that are within the same grouping as themselves, as well as whatever groups that they take up against. So a lot of thinking, a lot of reworking will be involved tomorrow. So if any improvement is expected, Orange Esports, they need to bring it out today, which hopefully will happen before the day is over. Because as usual, the day is running by a little too fast, man.
Actually, yes. I was looking at the time right now. It's like close to 4 p.m.
Yeah.
And we are done with 5 rounds. So this Free Fire in a nutshell, fast and exciting. But by the end of the day, I think that's where things get a lot more serious.
Yeah.
We look at the group shuffle, we look at who is going to run the marathon tomorrow, and so on and so forth. But for Orange Esports, I mean, again, those names, no strangers, right? If we look back previously, they played in some of the in teams that have breakout performances.
Yeah.
But right now, when you put all of them together, something just doesn't click. And I think that's what's worrying about Orange Esports. At least when we look at the entirety of Group B, I'm not as worried for AKO Khmer than I am worried for Orange Esports.
I know, right? And that's such a huge surprise, because once again, here comes AKO Khmer with no idea whatsoever as to how things work out there on the battlefield for this sort of a team composition in a league stage, right? Because obviously they've played against other Cambodians before, but when you take on players from other regions, when you take on players from other countries, the meta is so much different, the play style is so much different. But for them to be able to catch up so quickly and to perform so consistently speaks of the quality that Cambodia brings into the competition.
Yeah. At least there is always one representative, right? If Diversity Gaming is having a bad day, then AKO Khmer steps up to the plate. This is why when you look at the leaderboard, those two teams are very close to each other to a certain extent. Even if no matter where they are on the leaderboard, can't really say the same for the Sri Lankan teams, unfortunately. But the good thing is, again, they have 3 more rounds to go for. And of course, after the upcoming round in Kalahari, we actually will have that short break for them to kind of recuperate and recompose themselves and reset the mental. So to get to that point, we got to get through Kalahari first. And this is where we see the aggression of Group B really get unleashed, because Todak and K9 seems like they have the intention, well, they not only have the intention, they mean to drop on top of each other, and only one team can get out of this.
Anxiety as well as AKO Khmer with the exact same situation at Council Hall. The hot drop once again, and AKO Khmer was the team in question earlier on. Can they now be the ones who aggress and shut down the players of Anxiety? Yes, Boyloy does exactly that as he sprays down and eliminates Barba from the equation. AKO Khmer, how much more can we tell you to hype this team up? They don't even need us, because their performance out there on the battlefield baffles me as to how quickly they've managed to improve, how quickly they've managed to adjust their play style to match up against some of these other players, and even against the ferocity of the Philippines in the form of Anxiety. Seems to be no match at all for this hyped up AKO Khmer.
Yeah, slightly worried for Anxiety. I'm worried that they are running out of steam because of such a long day. K9 Esports and the Todak completely disengaged with one another. At least that's what it seems like. But Todak have some long-range weaponry, so they're taking point on those high grounds to see if K9 Esports makes a move. And if they do, there's going to be those long-range fires from the side of Todak to shut them down. So a very smart maneuver from Todak themselves to not take those risks, but also making sure that they have control of the situation.
K9 Esports, they don't really have much room to back away, because when you drop into the maze, you take such a huge risk because of how open the grounds are right outside of the maze. So if you get hot drop, there's just nowhere else to run. And Blank just showing that in perfect example as he tries to get away, gets sprayed down, taken out of the equation, and the next one might just be Pain, as Afix now spots him out from the left-hand side, and a time turner pulled out, but a God Nade from Ganoho off-screen, taking down the players of AKO Khmer, and the full-on engagement by the players of Toda will be able to take Pain out of the equation as well. Normain strikes right back, Toda surviving with 2 more players left on their side here, Ski.
Bit of a mistake from Afis right there, and that I'm not sure if they will cost them this fight, but it definitely put them in a worse spot. Thankfully, the rest of Toda came through and eliminate K9 Esports. Afis had the right idea. I want to throw my grenade out, and I pull out the time turner to protect myself. But it did a bit too early, and the grenade ended up bouncing inwards, and he had to abandon his own utility. But taking out K9 Esports this early on, definitely something that Toda is going to be happy about, especially when both of them are in the same group. But you can't say the same for AKO Khmer. They got 2 kills, but in the end, they were the one who lost more members.
There is a buy point here for AKO Khmer to play with, but does he have enough coins? That's going to be the golden question. No escape as they move into a defensive compound for themselves to continue looting up. Should be able to spot out the players from Sri Lanka, the one and only Never Stop, who has to find a way somehow to improve their performance in the competition. Archangels have proven that playing the strategy of placement points is most definitely the way to put some points up on the leaderboard, and hopefully Never Stop can follow suit as well. Farang, as they find the refinery, they move up towards the higher platforms to play the height advantage, and the circle seems obviously nowhere close to refinery at the moment, so they can most definitely dominate the spot for quite a while, Husky.
See how Farang probably not going to make too much moves right here. Normally teams that hold the refinery just wants to be able to hold on for as long as possible. We actually didn't get to see much of Team Princess in that previous round, as Anxiety off screen will revive the entire team. So give them a second life in this match. Definitely a slightly slower start to Kalahari, but also because we had the revive system, so teams are bringing dead teammates back. AQ Camille Boilo is still on the run though, and he's been running for a long time. Well, at least it's because he got revived also.
As long as he's not running his whole life from something, that should be more than all right. But Boiloy, the guy who got brought back in by Doomin Jun, seems to have been purchased back, obviously not from one of those revival points, because that would have been the full squad right back. So he only had enough coins to bring back one player. So that, I guess, in a way, shows you how important Boiloy is for the squad as a whole, Husky.
AQ Camille will be kind of playing it slow and safe, but ORV, that's a team that deserves a bit more highlight at this point of time, having a pretty good last few rounds. Yeah, sure, they started off the day really slow. It felt like ORV doesn't really have much that to be remembered by, but right now, all the rounds that they finished, at least recently, have been above average, and that's something to say about ORV, where they are really learning the curve and learning the patterns of the other teams. But Archangel, they might have a good round just now. Let's see if they can replicate it in Kalahari. They do take over the sub completely uncontested. So that's really a good start for them to get those utilities top up for the later stages of the game.
The challenge for Never Stop now comes in the form of No Escape. Akila has been spotted out now as he hops on over, and you can see by the movements of the players of No Escape, they know exactly what's going on right in front of them. They've got a team to take on. So as they position themselves, the players of Never Stop find themselves ducking as well, just to make sure their heads are all covered. No easy headshots going to come through from the players of No Escape. The circle is obviously going to leave all of them just for the time being, but 1 minute plus for them to make quick work of each other. And Farang out of nowhere chooses to drop by and check out exactly what's going on. Jembal getting super aggressive. Nate now being charged up, but not popped off just yet. Akila has got the double barrel in hand, pulls out a wasteful time turner, and I'm just confused with the strategy being pulled off here by the Sri Lankans. And Never Stop, they are in disarray as they get surprised by the players of Farang now here.
Again, Never Stop forced to fight, but when you're forced to fight, you're never ready. The glue wall getting penetrated by the Riptide Rhythm, an instant charge, an instant frontal assault from side of Farang. We get a 1-for-1 trade, a Spartan nade coming in from afar. As Zenze now pushes forward, but Too Bad was able to get away, turn around, place a couple of glue walls, and buy some time for himself. And doesn't get taken down by Zenze, as the quick movements from the members of Farang give them so much space to work with. But they gotta make it quick though. No escape already here. Toby is around. Look at that nade from afar. Doesn't connect. But Toby is picking up scraps left, right, and center. And guess who's the loser? That loser is Never Stop. Chessman takes out Boiloy in the meantime, and Anxiety are coming in for the cleanup.
And Anxiety, the ones that you would least expect in a situation like that, or the ones that you would least welcome in a situation like that, because you know they will play cleanup crew really, really well. But Kaz managing to fire right back up against Toby, and God thanks the opportunity that Garena has provided all of us for the revival system. So Toby's going to be brought right back in here as the rest of the players of Anxiety continue to clean clean up, no escape. And Barba now just closing down the distance between himself as well as all of the other players before they can launch themselves away. iPads does not get to run off because Barba manages to catch up with him in the nick of time. And the players of Anxiety now with that slay pick up 9 kills overall. Toby needs to be brought right back in here for the play, and there is a buy point at Shrines, and I'm pretty sure the players of Anxiety are quite stacked, so we don't really have to worry about them being a full squad. But the circle is something that they need to focus on here.
Yep. 9 minutes in, Anxiety with 9 kills in a blink of an eye. Still have plenty of teams alive, 9 of them in fact. We just see, Team Princess again just having a very slow start. This is a team that would try to start off as safe as be the pacifist and then show up in the later circle of the game. Ames actually ran through Roma with her vehicle as Todak now find themselves engaged with actions against the members of Archangel, and Arcvix actually getting taken out. Down but not out just yet. The revive is gonna come in and Todak catches Archangel in the back. I think this fight pretty much done and dusted for Archangel.
Let her now, final survivor, I believe. Max 7 still in hand, opportunity, but the players of Toda just a little too slippery. Joker manages to run away from all of that chaos. Does have the grappling hook in hand, but none of those elevations to play around with. And Toda, as quickly as they drop by, they slice out the players of Archangels. But one remaining player on the side of Archangels can be the difference maker. Like I said, not much of that elevation to play around with, and that grappling hook isn't really being used to its best potential out there, but it doesn't matter. Joker still survives. Boyloy, on the other hand, is not going to be in a similar situation off screen. Error 7 is dropped by Barba as Anxiety continues to rage on whoever they find out there on the battlefield. A Joker managing to actually bring back the rest of their players in here as quickly as that is quite impressive, Husky.
Oh yeah, it's very fortunate for them. That revive, 100% needed if you are Joker's teammates. I mean, no, Never Stop also did the same thing, and now Todak find himself in contest with Team Princess. The nade actually connecting onto Mika Boy just a bit, not able to finish him off just yet. Simply heal back up just in time as the members of Team Princess are just running in circles. And actually, there's a trip mine that got triggered. Todak getting caught by surprise, losing 2 members at the same time because he aims is running away as fast as he can. So Todak might not be out of this just yet. And I say that they were able to take down Ames from the vehicle, and Team Princess wipes out Todak.
That's a surprise if I've ever seen one. Toda not able to shut down Team Princess, who are in their own accord struggling in the competition so far. And the players of Never Stop, on the other hand, engages with Anxiety, long range. Not the best engagement that you want to see out here from the players of Never Stop. 0 kills in hand so far. Looks like they are going in for the placement points play as well, which most definitely is what I want for the squad. But the opportunity to gatekeep Anxiety is one that Never Stop should not miss out on. Chessman being all tagged up here, pulls out a time turner. Now that's one waste from his side, and that is forced by the players of Never Stop as they continue pressuring all of them. But Anxiety playing the game of smarts, rotating from the outer circle, and they will be able to find a defensive compound in the safer side without Never Stop continuously annoying them with all of those shots. And as they close this distance down, Never Stop needs to disengage and back away from this compound as quickly as possible, or else you know exactly what's going to happen here, Ski.
Just getting pretty tight, AJ, as we are constantly seeing teams running into one another. And Anxiety did lose a couple of members early on, as X-Men Akatsuki will have this area on lockdown, or it's only just one of their members playing that scout. As Never Stop continues that rotation. I'm surprised that they made their move anyways, considering that they had a pretty good compound to work with. Maybe they decided to play. The nade comes in, Joker blocks it with the glue wall.
But
that confirms that he's in there. And ORB are just waiting for him to hand himself over.
Great play by Joker so far. Shoots down his own glue wall. not punished by the players of ORV just yet. ORV playing the game of smarts, playing the game of patience at the same time. X-Men Akatsuki as they engage with Team Princess, leave Jazli to cover the right-hand side flank. As the players of Anxiety now choose to move on in, listening to all of those shots, Jazli can make such a huge difference, but only if he maintains his trigger discipline. Joker playing the game of survival as the final two. Second member of the players of Archangels rotates around the players of ORV, but hasn't been playing any of the pressure. Looking at the icons of the players of ORV, nobody knows the position of Joker just yet, but with that one grenade that he could have used to make a difference, he doesn't.
Yeah, and I'm just pleasantly surprised that Archangel, you know, the strat worked again. It's playing safe, make it to the mid-round and survive. And that's what they're looking for, and that's what they will get. At least that's how it seems like. But X-Man Akatsuki has bigger fishes to fry. And it's gonna get members of Anxiety.
Nice
Roma
one,
comes
Roma.
in, steals it away. Very good start for the side of Archangel and Kanoho, and we're able to take up two members for the side of X-Men Akatsuki, as the members of Anxiety have had enough. And want us to forget about the two abysmal rounds that we saw from them. X-Men Akatsuki, well, our Archangel, excuse me, are no more.
And Archangel's Roma still standing in here, but what's surprising is Jazli, he held on to that right-hand side flank. He should have been able to give that information of Anxiety creeping on in and of course snipe them away, but unfortunately none of that happened. Jazli got taken out of the equation so easily by the players of Anxiety, and the painful part is he was the final player to get eliminated from that equation. So very little pressure played from that flanking position that he held on to, which could have just turned the tide for their squad. Archangels out in the 5th spot, but Sri Lanka still can rejoice because the players of Never Stop are alive and kicking. And the next encounter with Orange Esports might just end up on their side because they've got the defensive compound. But the nade will change things as Sensei gets knocked down onto the ground, and Tom opens up a position for himself. Akila in here for the save, and he shuts down Tom. Orange Esports out, and Never Stop still surviving.
But guess what we're looking at, AJ? 14 kills for Anxiety. They might have two slow rounds just now, but this is redemption for Anxiety, coming in round number 6 of the day with 14 kills. Team Princess now will want to go for that long rotate, and that is where Anxiety gets to gatekeep them a little bit. When it comes to the blue zone though, Anxiety will have to be the one that runs in, and we see Jimmy Neo just runs towards Barbara and gets a knock onto this guy.
Yeah.
It's an incredible amount of damage, and you say that you're not good enough for Anxiety. This is where they need to show us otherwise. Jimmy Neo getting surrounded, taken out, Anxiety with 15 kills.
And the players of Anxiety now showing that this is the meta that they play, the meta of aggression, right? And throughout the whole competition so far, we've seen that they have not really focused on those placement points, which makes Anxiety such a dangerous team that you are about to meet at the Grand Finals. Because at the Grand Finals, you will see their strategy change, 180 degrees. They will stop playing all of these pressure plays. They will start playing the game of smarts, which is just purely the game of survival, and then taking the engagement in the final circle. But as Team Princess gets dropped, Anxiety shows the dangerous side as they pick up yet another booyah in the competition.
I have a feeling that that's 20 kills.
20?
I have a feeling that they probably hit 20 kills off of that booyah.
That's 20 too many, man. That's 20 too many based on how the players of Anxiety have been popping off in here so far. It not only makes them one of those dangerous teams to look out for, but it also shows that a lot of these squads have got no answer for the aggression that Anxiety brings out in here for the plays.
And there are some rounds where Anxiety got off to rough starts. They finished off, bottom ranking in terms of the round standings. But when Anxiety pops off, they absolutely go off. And there's very little things that you can do to stop them, right? I thought that maybe we talk about the counterpart of Anxiety perhaps being K9 Esports once in a while. If Anxiety doesn't show up, K9 Esports can carry the torch. But I'm not really sure if the baton wants to be passed over to K9, because Anxiety are on another level right now.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the players of Anxiety, usually in the situations where they do get taken out very early, will be those hot drops, right? When they do come across, some of the other squads a little bit too early on in these matches where they do not have their preferred weapons. And when Chessman does not have his snipe his sniper, it's pretty much a GG situation because this guy is the godly cover that the players of Anxiety always depend on, and he usually shows through.
Yeah, he definitely does. And of course, right, we actually talked about this 2 weeks ago, or on week 1. We're like, who is Chessman? Well, that guy's your boy, because I saw his MCP major jacket.
Yeah.
So if anyone knows who he is, you know how insane this guy was, even back in the days, in his old days before he changed his IGN. But the fact that, Anxiety as a team is so explosive, I think that's what makes them a scary squad to go up against.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Anxiety, yes, they are riddled with some of those rounds where they bomb out, but overall in the leaderboards, it seems like they're not too affected whatsoever. If you are reaching the halfway point of the competition and you're in the top 5, you are in a very, very good place.
Absolutely. And of course, like, the only difference is going to be the prize pool, but overall, you are going to qualify for the grand finals anyways.
Yes.
And the grand finals result is what matters the most, right? It guarantees, it really comes down to which spot you get and how much it guarantees you going into the next season and into the future majors. I think that's what most of these teams want to eventually go for. And of course, the prize pool is way bigger there.
And Anxiety is going to be a totally different team once again at the grand finals.
Oh, yes.
Because they've got the capability of taking the engagements. They're proving that in the league stage. But what they're not focusing on during the league stage is the placement points department, right? They really have the knack of kind of bowing out a little bit too early, but usually finding that number 1 spot even without the booyah through their kills. And although that shows exactly how tenacious they are on the battlefield, it also shows their weak point, or potentially not a weak point at all, if this is something intentional that Team Anxiety is bringing onto the battlefield, right? Because why do they need to focus on placement points if they can just sharpen up their gun skills out there using this as a practice lobby before the grand finals?
Yeah. But there are certain situations that I think Anxiety finds themselves in that does, put them in a bad spot. I think hot dropping is one of those coin flips where even the best teams do lose out. Overall, though, I think Anxiety, just because they have that wealth of experience, can really help them in the long run. And again, Team Princess feels like a team that we didn't really get to talk so much about. Though it does feel a bit weird, though. They have Jiraiya on that team who has been to that world stage before under the name Pablo. But in this case, Team Princess just felt like a team that is just there.
Team Princess, I guess overall, because of their performance in the league stage so far, they haven't given us much to talk about, right? Unlike Orange Esports, who have given us a lot to talk about, but not in a good way. Team Princess technically is doing pretty bad in the competition, but they haven't really suffered as much as Orange Esports. I guess we can put it that way, right? But switching the conversation back to Anxiety a little bit here, to be able to slice out so many of their opponents out there on the battlefield in such a beautiful manner, picking up, like you said, 20 kills in this round is 18 kills
almost
in this round. Nothing short of spectacular. Overall, 30 points. Superb performance by Anxiety to not only catch up with Bloodyhead, but also, put quite a bit of distance between them and now make K9 Esports the next target. Team Princess, a surprising play by Team Princess this time around, because this team has been riddled with inconsistent plays, no doubt whatsoever. But the one team that I was looking out for, or one of two teams that I was looking out for, never stopped. We wanted them to play the game of survival. They bring the game of survival. And why can't you boys understand that it just works? So hopefully this is a consistent strategy by Neverstop as well as Archangels moving forward.
Took them 4 rounds, but they figured it out somehow.
Thankfully.
Better than having nothing.
Amen.
For sure. But this is a slightly slower game for No Escape and ORV, 8 and 6 points respectively. All things considered, I think ORV Esports can, it's fine with having this one round, because the past 2 rounds ORV has been popping off. No Escape as well. But for Anxiety, I think they finally found that groove back. I thought that they were starting to lose their steam a bit, but I feel like I'm worrying a bit too much.
I think they were having just a little bit too much of fun with the prize pool that they picked up recently, the competition that they won.
That's true also. Could be the case.
Slacked off just a little bit, but it's a good time to make a comeback before we wrap the day up. But of course, looking at Farang and K9 Esports sitting down at the very bottom of round number 6, I want to be shocked, but this competition has just taught me that, I can expect the unexpected.
Yeah, well, am I surprised? Am I worried for Farang? Not as much as I'm worried for K9 Esports, who they only got 4 rounds today. And first 2, I don't remember. Well, K9 Esports in the previous round was not the best.
Yeah.
But this one getting 1 point. If you say that, where you're waiting for Anxiety to overtake K9 and Bloodyhead, I can guarantee you they already have. And they will continue to be in the second spot in contention to at least try to get close to GeekFam.
Yeah, let's see whether or not K9 Esports can play a little bit of catch-up gameplay here, because it just seems to be, one of those days where I really do not understand exactly what affects these teams out there. Because if you're a team like K9 Esports who can bring the firepower out, what can potentially cause such a horrible day of performance? I have no idea. Normain hasn't really struck the way he has been striking in day number 1 and day number 2 of the league stages, which is quite the surprise, because even though we see an overall lack of performance sometimes from the side of K9 Esports, Normain always finds his frags. Normain always finds his angles, but nothing from that today. But maybe that's a main reason as to why K9 Esports aren't really popping off.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the case, right? And also, like, K9 Esports was one of the teams to watch for today. We didn't get to watch much of them, though. I think that is kind of a shame as well.
Yeah.
Well, the 3 teams was K9, Never Stop, and Todak. I think so far, Todak is the only team that we can, watch them with slightly positive feedback, right?
Yeah.
Never Stop having a rough day. Same for K9. We have 2 more rounds left before we end the first half and look at the major shuffle for the second league of the group stage.
Yeah.
But for now, we're going to go for a short break and we will come back for the final 2 rounds of day number 3.
Aku dengan dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esports.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esports.
Hello, I am Jiminio. Hello, I am Jiraya. And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan 2 pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan line selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Hai Survivors, saya Bunga dan saya sangat-sangat excited nak share video terbaru saya dengan korang semua. Sebab apa? Sebab ini adalah kempen free fire untuk semua keadaan. Kali ni punya kempen dia lain sikit sebab saya tunjuk sisi yang lain daripada yang lain, yang korang tak pernah nampak, yang korang tak pernah tahu, yang sebenarnya Bunga main game. Jadi, muat turun free fire sekarang. Free fire untuk semua.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. Today is day 3 of the league stage, which is also the final day of play before we shuffle up the groups.
Yep.
And also, today resembles the day of marathon for Group C. And all of them have been doing pretty well so far, except for the Sri Lankans. But thank goodness we see them making their rise back up. Archangels in the previous matchup, followed by the one and only Never Stop. And hopefully that continues for the final 2 games of the day. My name, of course, is AJ, the Mustachio, here with the one and only Husky. I got my name wrong. It's the Mustachio AJ. Don't believe what you see here. We need to correct that in a little bit.
Yeah, I was surprised that you didn't point that out for the first 2 days.
I know.
Finally got to your head.
It did.
When you say it out loud, it makes lesser sense, right? But you know, that aside, I think what I'm interested to see is if the Sri Lanka teams can keep that survival gameplay safe play
yeah,
for the last 2 rounds, and where will they end up on the overall leaderboard by the end of the day? Because so far, Archangel, we can confidently say that they are still at the bottom of the overall leaderboard. Unfortunately, last time we saw Never Stop, they are at 15th place. But the gap is widening a bit because they are having so many poor rounds where they walk away with single-digit points or no points at all. So if they want to, make it to top 12, I think the best course of action, like you say, is to rely on the survival points, at least for now, until we switch the groups.
Or until the next competition, maybe. I don't know, because those engagements just are not going the way of the Sri Lankans, and I want to see them in the grand finals. That's what I want for them, right? But they're not going to be able to get there if they continue to engage in a very aggressive manner at the very starting of each and every single one of these rounds. And very clearly, the safe plays are producing some of those points, which they do not see at all when they do go in for those hot drops or early engagements out there on the battlefield. But looking at the map recap, as you guys can see, 2 more games here left unplayed, but at the very start it was a hot start by Axis Esports, but that's all the hotness we got out of them. Following that great play was Farang, but even a team like Farang, who managed to grab 2 booyahs from the day, have shown us that inconsistent plays can even strike down a team like that. No Escape managing to pick up a victory at Purgatory in game number 3, but they haven't really been able to help themselves out of the bottom 6 just yet. And of course, the past 2 booyahs that we have seen from the one and only Toda, as well as Team Anxiety. And it's quite surprising with the performance of Anxiety that they haven't really picked up more of these booyahs for themselves.
Exactly right. I think you brought up a really good point, and I think we can also correlate that to GeekFam, right?
Yeah.
Do not let the lack of GeekFam's logo on this map recap fool you, because they have had a banger of a day.
Yeah.
The booyah is not the most important thing. Most important thing is that you actually get those points in, regardless of winning, if you win the round or not. And I think this overall standing tells a very good story. For GeekFam, 279 by the end of the day. Anxiety still have 2 more rounds to go to catch up, or at least, to shorten the distance between them and GeekFam. And they're doing a pretty good job, 205 points, just getting ever so closer to GeekFam. Bloody Head third. K9 Esports have 2 more rounds to at least overtake Bloody Head, but definitely they're not catching up to Anxiety anytime soon.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And K9 Esports today has just been an unfortunately miserable day for them in terms of performance, but it's nothing that they cannot recover from. We know this team actually brings on quality, especially in a player named Normain, who has been an absolute monster out there on the battlefield. But hopefully we see that adjustment coming through today rather than waiting for tomorrow. Eastern Wolfgang in the 5th spot with 157 points as they equalize with K9 Esports. The only difference maker there being the number of booyahs. Farang with their, not so fancy performance in here today continue to drop a little bit of the pressure that they bring into the competition. But ORV Esports, this is a team that continued climbing up the leaderboard in such consistent manner in here today, and I don't think they're dropping their performance at all. And to think that they would be able to climb above Toda, now that is an achievement most definitely.
Yeah, and they both have 2 more rounds to play out. And
Yeah,
there's one more
correct.
team I want to bring to your attention is No Escape.
Yeah.
You just need 7 points to boot Axis Esports to the 2nd page. And we might see a scenario where we get 4 out of 6 teams of Group C to end up in the first, in that front page of the overall standing. And this is something that I don't think we would ever imagine just based off of the groupings alone. We're like, oh my goodness, by the end of day 1, by the end of day 2, prior to this Group C marathon, it looked like Group C only has anxiety as the torchbearer. But like I said, right, as we get closer to the end of day 3, the picture gets a bit clearer, and now we are seeing Group C actually as one of the front runners in terms of the overall team performances.
I have to say, right, it's quite the surprise here because I did not anticipate the players of Cambodia being able to bring in such great pressure into the competition. Look at Diversity Gaming as well as AK Khmer, both holding on to the 12th and 13th spots. Not the best of places to be at, but they are securing in a way or other, their race towards that top 12. And Diversity Gaming obviously sitting down in the 12th spot will be quite pleased with their performance in here so far because today hasn't really been all that great of a day in terms of a run for them.
Yeah. Group B is actually the group that is struggling, right?
Yeah.
Because if you look at the front page, there's only 2 teams from Group B in the first page, K9 Esports and Todak. Everyone else, AKO Khmer, X-Men Akatsuki, Team Princess, Orange Esports having a horrible, at least for Team Princess and Orange Esports, they're having a really rough time. Same for Never Stop and Archangel. So the bottom 4 is dominated by, the bottom 6 is actually from Group B and C alone.
Yeah.
But overall consistency, I think Group C is in the best place. But overall best team, I think Group A still produce it because Geek Fam.
Absolutely right. Because of teams like Geek Fam and because of teams like Bloody Head and all that have brought in the mind-blowing consistency, which quite honestly, we did not expect. We expected them to do good, but the way Bloody Head have been consistent in the competition is quite surprising. I dare say this is the best competition that Bloody Head have joined in terms of performance so far.
In fact, I feel like they are very well set to qualify for the grand finals. Right? And no matter what happens from that point onwards, it really doesn't really matter as much because they've achieved a good milestone.
Correct.
At least from 2 years ago from where they started, I think. Bloody Head, Mark and Morgana especially still sticking with the team. It has finally paid off.
Yeah, and it has not only paid off in a small manner, but in a huge way because what they pull out there is not just pride for the Philippines, but they also pull in a bigger set of prize pool for themselves. And it's quite exciting to see all of these players improve competition after competition, but just improvements not going to be enough at all because the quality of the competition is increasing at the very same time, Yaski.
Yeah, 'cause that was a team that missed out some tournaments just because they could not even qualify for it, right? So that was, I think it's a very important thing to note for Bloody Head alone.
Yeah.
But looking at Group B, I think that is where we start to see a bit of a pattern that they are taking over from Group C, which is just the overall inconsistency, the overall weakness of the group alone, right? The teams in the group, Orange Esports not doing good. Team Princess, if you told me that they are in 17th spot, I would not believe it until I saw it.
Yeah.
But right now, that seems to be the case. They are struggling. Orange Esports, that has been struggling, not just in this tournament, but the one that Anxiety took away the championship title, Orange Esports were also having a very poor run. So this is not just a one-off issue. It has been a consistent issue, even from months back then.
And it could be pegged to a little bit of overconfidence because the names that are within these teams have been around the scene for quite a while. Perhaps looking at the list of teams out there, the list of groups that are, going to be potentially taking this battle up against them, they might have stepped into the competition with a little bit of a lack of desire to go all out, thinking that they can dominate. But at the moment, they seem to be dominated instead. So that's going to be something that teams like Orange Esports as well as Team Princess look to improve. And once again, just halfway through the competition we are so far. So quite a bit of time to make all of those adjustments. And we have detected some of the teams out there who are really struggling when it comes to these engagements, right? And yes, Sri Lanka, I'm looking at you. So even if Team Princess, Orange Esports and all, they struggle, as long as they can get back onto their aggressive side in these matches, it shouldn't be all that too bad of a spot to be in.
Well, Sri Lanka, just to make you guys feel a bit better, and I'm saying this sincerely, we also have Malaysian teams who are down there with you guys.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's sad to say this, right? I think that's what we're struggling with.
Yeah.
In fact, the highest density of teams are from Malaysia alone, but the Philippine teams are actually doing an incredibly good job. I say that Blank starts it off on a good note and instantly finds Spade, turns around and finds Too Bad. And this guy is just so sharp, and I think K9 has woken up.
We were just talking about exactly how K9 Esports is very capable, but just not showing it out there on the battlefield. So I guess this is the matchup where they really want to show us exactly what they've got. High time that happens because we only have 2 more matches in here for them to go out and show off. Dropping a player from the side of Farang is a great way to start things off. But a fiery way for you guys to light your day up as well is to grab this giveaway from us, the fiery M1014 box, the Underground Howl. I absolutely love this blazing skinners.
Skins with fire are nice. But you can only claim this if you are playing on the Singapore server, and do remember to claim it before 5:30 p.m., which is in an hour, because if you reach over past 5:30, you're not going to be able to claim it, and it will be too bad. But there's no limitations though. As long as you key it in, you get it. I think my favorite design cosmetic from all the video games I've seen, I think my favorite one is a dragon team.
Oh, that dragon backpack.
Yes.
I love that, man.
I think a lot of games use that design, and I think Free Fire has one of the best ones because they integrate it into a backpack, which I would not have imagined to even have on my back.
Absolutely right. I mean, the creative team most definitely know what they're doing because they're enticing us, man. Enticing us with all of these kids out there.
These guys are insane. I mean, the collaborations that we've seen, right? We've seen so many different collaborations that throughout the year. The upcoming 5th anniversary one, I'm excited for that one.
Oh yeah.
If anyone hasn't catched the news yet.
Baby, oh. Yeah.
Exactly what he sang. If you guys aren't aware yet, it's with Justin Bieber. It's going to be out pretty soon. There's a lot of hype between that. I cannot believe that we're getting, like, in this day and age, I would not expect that to be the case, at least not with such big artists. I know that we have DJ A-Lock at one point with Cristiano Ronaldo, and now with Justin Bieber.
Let's see exactly how big of a fan base Justin Bieber has in terms of the Free Fire world. We will discover that very, very soon. I'm excited to see exactly what happens. Maybe we'll have an in-game concert. I don't know. Maybe something like that will be organized by Garena, which I'm looking forward to. But the players of Toda, Husky here, have managed to revive Pedro. Did you manage to catch exactly who took him out of the equation?
No, I have not. I was distracted by you singing Baby, because that is the last song I would have been you singing. But then again, it's like the iconic song. That was the first song that I heard from this artist. I don't know if it's too late to say this. I know that there's this the Mobile Esports Award voting. I'm not sure you can still vote, but obviously Free Fire is on the list
GG.
again. X-Gun also
GG.
on the list of No Escape. Joker getting gunned down, and Archangel needing to abandon both of their teammates, but it is the right call to do.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I like the adjustment bringing Broadford in here by Roma as well as Leda. But surprising to, oh my lord, Chessman straight into a Sleda. This is not what the players of Archangels need right now. And the one guy you do not want to see is Chessman out there on the battlefield as Aaron now tries to put one guy down. Chessman takes Leda. Oh my lord, Chessman, the monster! But now, Chessman going to be in a lot of trouble because there were a couple of players from the side of No Escape chasing down Archangels. They won't be happy that their meal got stolen, but No Escape, they double back now towards the opposite, and whoever who took out their prey, they do not want to go in for an engagement against them.
Yeah, but No Escape are actually in a pretty dicey spot because Anxiety have them all those angles covered. Look at the map right now. Anxiety has 2 members near that in a compound where they can track the movement of No Escape. Though because they're so far apart, X-Men Akatsuki can actually spoil this party. So Chessman, you have to make a move as quickly as possible before X-Men Akatsuki decides to make that collapse. And so far, I think things have been going pretty well. Ipan's forced to pull out the time turner as Barbara, he's itching for a fight. And Chessman, in the meantime, will be able to make that move. Never Stop off screen though gets eliminated, which means both Sri Lanka teams once more get nothing out of this round.
Sri Lanka, why you do this to me, man? It's got to be round number 8 that we focus on the Sri Lankans once again later on, because obviously this round we don't get the opportunity to do so. But hopefully that doesn't really put them in too bad of a situation as they start off the second week after the shuffles later on. But No Escape quickly managing to find those lower positions. Chessman sprayed down. Great response coming through from Error 7. Toby hasn't been able to step on out and give him any backup whatsoever. So Chessman out of the equation, and Flag from the left-hand side manages to catch Barba as well. And just like that, Anxiety struggles, but Toby manages to sneak away before that final shot was picked up by Error 7 here. That AC-80 putting on a lot of damage on these players.
And now just let X-Men Akatsuki fight it out with No Escape. And sure, No Escape already has 4 kills in the bag, but for Anxiety, just like what I predicted to happen, it took a bit too long for them to make a move. And because they're all so spread out, you can only take so much punishments before it all falls apart. And it all started with Chessman not paying attention, not being aware enough that there might be someone nearby. And Error getting the catch-on means that Anxiety loses the entirety of their vantage point. No support fire will be given, and the rest is history. Toby making a run for it. Not sure if he can make it out in time, because if he does, it will be huge for Anxiety to make a potential comeback. And the nearest revive point that is accessible by Toby is Campsite. Let's see if he can make it there.
No vehicles to play around with so far, and No Escape will be the excellent bait thrown out here by Toby for the players of X-Men who want to come in here and pick up a few more extra kill points. So if this is executed well, Toby will be able to get away, and that is the exact situation that is breaking down. The players of No Escape now have to deal with X-Men Akatsuki, but what a stellar nade plays down onto the ground for Ipans just to recover his defensive spot, and just like that, the tables have been turned. X-Men Akatsuki are the ones now who are getting bagged back-to-back. Ipans, great time turner pulled out as he stays on in here for a little bit of extra cover, pulls out the glue wall as well just to obscure the vision of the other players. Spot is going to be taken out of the equation because Ipans needs a little bit of extra loot for himself, but Riptide Rhythm takes down the first glue wall. Yet another erected by Ipans. Nade will not be able to catch him out just yet as Flank now turns the corner. Max 7, just the perfect weapon to take them out of the equation.
Yeah, completely boxing the members of No Escape in. But No Escape, I believe they're not done just yet. They actually sent one guy to go for the revival point early on, so No Escape will still be in the game, but X-Men claiming 5 points for themselves. Meanwhile, K9 Esports runs into Team Princess, and this is going to be important for Team Princess as he takes on Normain. X-Men Akatsuki meanwhile revives the rest of the team. Normain now getting a nade in the face.
Oh
and
my
connects
lord!
Again, Mika Boy tagging him in the back and forcing another revive. And Mika Boy now swings the corner into a glue wall. It's going to be a 2 against 1. Mika Boy needs to be careful though. Blank uses the time turner to get into the house, and Mika Boy has to pick his target. And they're running circles around him. Mika Boy not landing any of his shots. And K9 Esports puts on their dancing shoes and just toy around with them. But the rest of Team Princess will make sure that that will not be the case. A quad kill for Jimmy Nyo as Team Princess have 8 kills in the back so far.
And Team Princess very quickly making those adjustments to climb up the leaderboard continuously. What a play coming through from this squad. And once again, they put out one of the best at the league so far, K9 Esports, as their horrendous performance unfortunately continues. But now the players of Toda parking their vehicle right behind the players of ORV who have the vantage point, but two of the players inside of this watchtower. Not the best place to be when the ravaging, raging Toda drop by. Those nades are going to be popped up here by Spark, who gets two players back to back, and that's not even the attack on the watchtower just yet. Look at Pedro step on in, double barrel in hand, and ORV. This is the end of the line for all of these players here, Husky.
There's a trip mine on the tower. I'm not sure if it's going to trigger in time. Not that it matters though. A desperate attempt from ORV to throw it into the midst of the chaos, but that 2-nade, like you said, from Spark has already sealed the fate of ORV, and Todak again having a good start so far. Anxiety able to revive, have the rest of the team come back thanks to Toby making it out of the live. So this would be very important for Anxiety to not get punished again. You can say the same for Farang as the circle now closes in. We go into phase number 3. Farang approaching Team Princess.
And Team Princess, this is the back-to-back test for them. Can they now eliminate Farang from the equation as well? Not an easy team to take down, but based on the performance of today, Team Princess are in a great position to do so. But they travel right in front of the players of Team Farang, who double back down into their own defensive compound. So Team Princess going to be caught out from the back, and they are all out in the open, but Too Bad gets dropped. Jiraiya taken out of the equation already. This is a 1-to-1 trade coming through from both of these teams. And off screen, the battle that we spotted on earlier, the players of AK Khmer, they catch sight of the players of No Escape as well.
And let's see if AKO Khmer can keep this up. Spark under fire. Good snipe from Josly. Espen and Kasuki bringing the full force of their firepower onto Todak. And unfortunately for Pedro and Spark, the duo that has always put Todak on the map, even put Argon M1 on the map back then. Now can try a tough spot and aims. He's just going to play distraction on the bike just to buy a bit of time and space for the rest of the team. They've healed up. They got some glue walls. They can make their escape right now. Peter will make the first move, and he succeeds in doing so. Spark follows suit pretty soon, and X-Man Akatsuki gets nothing in return.
Such a huge risk played there by Ames, but that's huge rewards right behind the well-executed risky play as well. Plays distraction so well for his team member to get picked right back up, and the players of Toda double back down onto a defensive spot. Amazing stuff as they also find the next circle. This is Toda at their best. 6 kills in hand so far, and they're not pausing even for a single moment. But the next team that they might come across here is Anxiety. As X-Men Akatsuki make their way on in, they spot out the players of AKO Khmer, and the very same player also spots out No Escape. iPants right in front of him, who has managed to find a defensive spot, shows up, only get sprayed down by the Mech 7 in the hands of Yan. It's a 2v1, and Funan is the one that finds that kill, but No Escape is not out of this round just yet.
Team Princess in the meantime fights Farang, and you can see that Farang is going in for the push. They've gotten the knock onto Normain. At the same time, as Farang is going to try and fight the rest of Team Princess in their face. Mika Boy getting the rush as well. Too Bad on the side. Spade whipped by him as well. Mika Boy running backwards. Has the inhaler to get a bit of that speed boost. And all those glue walls have been expanded. Jiraiya in the meantime also running out of resources. As X-Man Akatsuki actually gets eliminated, I believe, by AKO Khmer off screen. There's no main. It's going to be the one that gets eliminated. Jembao in the house. As we get this minor standstill between Team Princess and Farang.
See what this brings out here as Mika Boy is joined by Jiraiya. Jiraiya just needs to heal himself up just a little bit before those nades come raining in on the side, from the side of Farang. But those players from Farang don't look like they want to get aggressive anytime soon. Jiraiya potentially has got 0 of those medkits on him. Great nade popped out, but not at the right angle. His glue wall taken down. Mika Boy gets tagged up. Jiraiya down onto the ground. Jembal sprayed down. Great play by Mika Boy. Mika Boy takes yet another. No! Spark, the savior with the Groza from afar, puts an end to that. But right back to back, the players of Toda have now the chance to engage and eliminate Anxiety. Great nade opener coming through from the one and only Spark. but does not find Toby, who pulls out that glue wall. All of those glue walls in front of Toda, and one Riptide Rhythm takes it all down. Barba does not have the angle, but he catches the flank onto Spark. Great placement, but no execution yet, Husky.
Yeah, he's got a clear shot, but Barba means he's also exposed. A very risky spot for him to be in. He's out in the open. He has medkit, but he cannot use it. And Ames is just going to punish him for it. Anxiety, biting on more than they could chew. And they don't even have the numbers. Toby now taken down low. That glue wall gets knocked down, and Ames finds a second. And Anxiety's run is probably going to end here in this round 7. Ames to push a hat trick. Anxiety is out. 12 kills for Toda.
I mean, Ames, this guy, he wasn't struggling, but didn't really have the most number of kills on the side of Toda. But that didn't seem to phase him at all, man. This guy, back-to-back 3 kills, shows the kind of quality that he brings into the competition. And Toda does not pause, does not stop. They fire upon the players of AK Khmer. One more glue wall to take out of the equation. Hang right behind. Do Min Jun has got the Groza in hand, but is waiting for that glue wall to be taken down before he can fire back at the players of Toda. But in the meanwhile, the players of Toda, back to back to back, they fire and shut down the players of AK Khmer. One final glue wall to work with. Time turner pulled out. Hank going in for the pickup, but the finisher from Afix is just too sweet. 15 kills in. Toda rages on.
Yeah, a very impressive round from Toda. It's not, don't think space can make too much of a difference, most likely between them and Orange Esports. This is the team that we really want to see show up.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Really good Riptide Rhythm. And just going to secure Pedro on the ground.
One more.
Afix wants to save him, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. Orange Esports late to the party, but it's all down to Afix. And Orange Esports should be able to close this out. Not impressive in terms of kills, but a win's going to be the win nonetheless. And Farang is the last team alive, which is a Spade. It's the last member alive for Farang, hiding behind this tree. Can he at least sneak a couple of points away? And I think Orange Esports have an inkling of where he might be. They're just going to push him. Spade pops on forward, tries to take on Torm. They go for the pincer attack.
Oh, yeah!
Shotgun to the face is going to do it. Farang goes out, and Orange Esports finally backs the booyah.
And this is exactly what we expected out of Orange Esports. They had the quality, but just not the performance in the league stage of the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. Thankfully, they've managed to find a little bit of the momentum right back in the competition, but they're still quite far away from the 12th spot here, Husky. So Orange Esports, they need to perform not just in this match, which they managed to have brought back in, but also in the final game of the day.
It's been a long time coming for Orange Esports. It's not going to be enough to put them in top 12, but this is one of those games that they need to look back at and figure out what went right for them. It's definitely, coming into the final circle to pick off the remaining contenders. Just, capitalizing on the fact that everyone is worn out and tired. But this is definitely not the way if you want to make it further, but it is a way to keep you afloat.
Yeah, absolutely. And Orange Esports, now that they've managed to find this victory, hopefully they can find their winning ways a little bit more consistently. That being said, it wasn't one of their breakout rounds now, was it? They reached the final circle with, I believe, less than 10 kills, about what, 5 to 7
Orange?
In hand?
Probably 1 or 2 kills. They only started getting kill points, I think, towards the last circle.
Yeah, I think they did manage to get an all-right number, about 5 or 6, but that's not anything to shout about, especially for a team that is struggling at the bottom of the overall leaderboards at the moment. But of course, once again, we hope that the change is brought in for the final matchup and Orange Esports will be able to bring in the consistent booyahs, because that is something that they desperately need. But speaking of desperately need, what we desperately need to see is the Sri Lankans stepping it up on the battlefield, because it was a good play on round number 5 for Never Stop. Round 4 was for the Archangels, but then both of those teams bomb out in the previous round.
Yeah, and there's only one more round left. There's only so many chances you get, right?
Yeah.
8 rounds is very, very generous.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they blew most of it. And now it feels like this last round, no matter the result, it's not going to make too much of a difference. That window has closed, and it's more of like, can they even make use of that last round? If they can, good for them. If they cannot, it's kind of a given at this point. You gotta wait for the next half of the league stage to continue. But Toda, getting this incredible run despite not getting the booyah. Pretty sure they've mustered more than enough points to stay at the top. 23 is the number. 15 kills for Toda, finishing third place as Farang were able to sneak one member, as Spade hiding in the shadows. But Orange Esports, because of the booyah, was able to get 18 points. A huge jump for them.
Absolutely, man. Team Princess, this is the improvement we were looking for in this team, and they continue to bring that in. Finally, consistency out of the squad. But AKO Khmer continuing to make Cambodia proud as they wave their flag up high. And overall, 13 points to equalize with Team Princess. And of course, no escape right down there below them, equalizing with Farang with those 12 points in the 5th and 6th spot. X-Men Akatsuki with that 7th place with 9 points to their hand. And Anxiety this time around with a lackluster performance, but it's not something that they will have to, I guess, be too sad about, because we expect some of those rounds for them to, I guess, bomb out, right? Hopefully we can see Anxiety rise back up to the top. K9 Esports, this one is unacceptable because today has just been a day of an underperforming side of K9 Esports. We thought that would change after the previous round.
Yep.
And we are right back here, Husky.
They actually got to a good start as well, right?
Yeah.
Like I think Blank had this explosive opening where he just headshot the 2 members, I believe, of No Escape, and they just got wiped afterwards. So it was really unlucky for K9 Esports, but also kind of the lapse in judgment, and that is something that I think has been a reoccurring trend for K9 Esports. Anxiety, sometimes when they lose out, they just get outgunned. For K9 Esports, it's just poor decision making. In this case, it's probably they just got too greedy, and that's what led to their downfall. And it's something that we are all too familiar with, and I think K9 Esports probably knows that as well. But we haven't seen it actively fix that. There are still tendencies where they go for all these fights.
Good decision making coming through from the players of Never Stop, at least the 2 surviving guys, to choose to run away from that battle.
Oh yes.
But Anxiety showed up, Chessman showed up, and
that's just unlucky,
pure tough luck right there, right? But, they weren't able to get out of that situation. Both of them got taken out. And the most disappointing follow-up was Never Stop getting taken out at the 11th position.
We didn't even get to see that.
I'm glad I didn't get to see that, because I would have cried, man. I'm expecting these 2 teams to get into the grand finals, but it looks like Sri Lanka needs to work a little bit harder out there. I mean, it's clear. They're now trying to disengage, but the other teams aren't allowing them to run away.
Yeah.
That's
the thing, right? I think that's something that we've been seeing from the start of the day, where if a team, they don't know they're up against Sri Lanka teams, but you can clearly see that no matter which team, when they run into either Archangel or Never Stop, the Sri Lanka teams would back off all the way and until they are cornered, and then they're forced to fight like a wounded beast. But at that point, they were never really ready to fight because they don't know how to do it, right? It didn't felt like they had a plan to take the initiative to take on those fights. It's all about, guys, let us run away and hide and see how much points we can get. If we really need to fight, my God, we don't know how to do it.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay, because once again, Sri Lanka, that was the exact same situation Bloodyhead used to be in.
Oh, yes.
About a year plus ago, right? And now look at where they are in the whole league.
To be fair, okay, so this is the stark difference, right?
Yeah.
Bloodyhead will fight you and lose. That is the stark difference.
No, I mean, in the defense of the Sri Lankans, I'm telling them to run away. So it's fine, right? So they are leaving the battle. They are making sure they disengage. It's all good. Continue playing for the placement points. That's definitely the way to go. But I guess not just luck, but a little bit more of studying needs to go into it as well. They really, really need to pick these spots that are not really approached by these other squads at all. I'm talking about, like, far off positions like Moat House, where it's just really rare to see a team drop on in there. Yeah, that's where we need to see the Sri Lankans drop, but hopefully not together.
Well, we did. I think Never Stop has been dropping Moat House
close
for this while. Or close to Moat House, right? I'm surprised that they got snuffed out by early on just now. By a separate team, because that was not the case in the first 4 rounds of the, at least on round 3. And the fact that Anxiety was nearby was also pretty surprising. But that also gives us a good idea of how some teams are really adjusting their drop spot depending on who they're up against.
Correct, exactly. And Anxiety obviously is going to be as annoying as ever. And you know, the best thing that I can hope and pray for the Sri Lankans is they avoid all of these hard-hitting teams and they keep it mixed up, right? Because when you look at teams who want to just eat up all of the easy kills out there on the battlefield, like Anxiety, they're going to make it a point to look for the Sri Lankans no matter what. So I guess in a way or other, that's the one place where the Sri Lankans are going to have a lot of tough time in, because they are going to be gunned for in the competition.
If there's one thing I learned about Anxiety is that they love the high-tiered loot area.
Oh, yes.
Because they always do it. Watch and Learn also loves the high-tier loot area, which is why we always see those two together fighting it out. But Anxiety has a slightly positive record over Watch and Learn, and also Anxiety is in second place, so they are not as worried. I mean, Watch and Learn is also in top 12, but for the Sri Lanka team, I mean, in this last round, play your hearts out. I'm saying it as if it's the end of the group stage, but actually there's more.
Yeah, more.
But this is the end of their first marathon, and I think for this last round, if they want to try something, I think this is it.
Yeah.
There's not much to lose because they can't lose any, like,
don't try anything, just survive, please. Final circle and then try everything that you want to try. But of course, that being said, final matchup coming up. Let's see exactly how the Sri Lankans will do at Alpine as we kick off the final game, not just for today, but for the groups that we see out there, because at the end of this, we will have the Great Shuffle, which will throw the whole competition into disarray once again as it forces the teams to do their homework from scratch tomorrow.
I like how we have vastly different approach for the Sri Lankan teams. I feel like that bad friend, you know, that I'm a very bad influence. Just do it, you know. Whatever happens, happens. You know, sometimes you just
don't
gotta
do it.
Sometimes you just gotta do it. Well, K9 up against Anxiety and AKO Khmer, and this is going to be very interesting to see how these teams handle it. I know for a fact that AKO Khmer will probably fight this out for a while. Chessman is already down. AKO Khmer off to a good start. Doomin Jun just fist fights. And actually, doesn't get a kill. Where did the guy crawl away to? I believe Heng has a gun and secures it. Doomin Jun gets knocked down by Kanoho as Anxiety has already lost 2 members. And here comes Heng up against Kanoho. It's a frontal fight. Kanoho doesn't really have the health to work with, but Heng isn't landing his shots. Kanoho with the pixel is slowly chipping Heng's health bar away. And wins
my
that
lord!
One. Just the mechanical prowess from this man is giving him the advantage over AKO Khmer. But here comes member number 3, and Kanoho just pulls out the knife and just goes for the finisher. And now it's going to be Boyloi. Kanoho, there's no way he survives this round. Throwing knife connects. Boyloi realizes that he doesn't have health to work with. Is it going to turn the corner? Kanoho wins the 1 versus 3. And AKO Khmer collapse under the weight of Anxiety.
My God! And K9 Esports very quickly and sneakily got out of there. They didn't want to have anything to do with this fight. And Anxiety with the show set up by the one and only Kanoho, using that very small pixel in that angle that he had to work with and making the best out of those 3 engagements, getting all 3 kills back to back. The guy is an absolute insane Free Fire player. But K9 Esports won't be too pressured as they bring their player who got down very early on right back into the mix, something that Anxiety haven't been able to do just yet. And Chessman, although he's a dangerous player out there on the battlefield to meet, in the early stages, he is one of the softest players that you'll meet because he really depends on his long-range engagements as well as his snipers. Close range, not the most dangerous player.
Sniper aren't as strong in close range. That's kind of the nature of it. This is actually, I think, the only few times we ever get to witness proper pixel shots. I think that is absolutely crazy. Of course, the footwork of Kanoho as well. And so resourceful from this guy. But ORV now runs into Orange Esports in this very big warehouse. We see how Orange Esports deals with ORV's aggression.
ORV should technically win this out. If you look at the game of numbers, ORV clearly has more. Rosso X does not position himself well, gets caught out as he tries to hop on over to the Quakes. Mocha goes in for the spray, and the chase continues. Baron all tagged up by Mocha, who gives that information to the rest of his team members that Orange Esports is running with their tails between their legs. Neslu, with the left-hand flank, will be able to catch those players and tag them up as well, forcing them to bring out the glue wall. Riptide Rhythm, Tom, all tagged up. up. Mocha unable to shut him down just yet, and the shots come right back through from Baron as well as Decos, and the players of ORV, because of the flank that is already executed already, will be able to shut down Orange Esports one after the other. Latte is the only sacrificial lamb that's sent out early, but Orange Esports all get bagged up by ORV. With a single player knocked, ORV is not phased at all with that engagement against Orange Esports.
That was the team that got a booyah just now. A very slow round that ended in a booyah.
Yeah.
And that all just went down the drain. Not that it matters at this. Not that it mattered anymore. Farang, on the other hand, just playing it safe and composed. Definitely slowing down the aggression a bit. I think Farang has been going ham this entire day, and we did see Anxiety close to them. But the good thing is Anxiety hasn't brought the whole team back just yet. As we see, Never Stop just rotate away. Far away towards the eastern side of the map to Vantage. Kind of what you wanted to see. Just play it safe. Just get all the equipments that you need and make it to the as far as you can into the game.
Amen, man. And you know, Never Stop. I appreciate the patience. I appreciate them backing away from these engagements. Hopefully we get to see them in that final circle. Toda, on the other hand, keeping a close eye on this revival point, but nobody else is in their compound to abuse these revives, so Toda's not going to be able to gatekeep any one of them. But they continue looking for those loots, which they most desperately need. Pedro, with just one medkit on hand, won't be able to jump into those aggressive battles that we usually see him force out of the other teams. And without those proper equipment, without those proper utilities as well as resources on their side, picking up a battle truly is a terrible thing to do. Unlike what GeekFam usually does, right? Looting up multiple compounds before they hop on into a battle. You really cannot stop GeekFam when they're fully looted up. And that's exactly what all of these teams need to aim for.
Yeah, most teams loot compound, GeekFam loots teams. That's the core difference. As Latte's bike set on fire, probably has to get down a bit pretty quickly. Jimmy Nyo against Mocha on the other end. Wins that one. Mocha turning the corner and getting knocked down. Mika Boy escaping the line of sight of Nestlu.
Oh.
Latte also losing his fight. Jimmy Nyo once again does it. So 2 knockdowns thus far. No finishes just yet as they bring No Name back up. Latte actually finishes off No Name. And Jimmy Nyo downs Cappuccino. And Jimmy Nyo is a one-man army at this point.
Oh, Jimmy!
And Jimmy Nyo completes that team wipe. Mika Boy also chips in, but man, it's all Jimmy.
Oh yeah, it's all Jimmy, man. This guy is just an absolute monster out there right now. Never Stop alive and kicking, but X-Men Akatsuki right in front of them right now as the zone will pressure both of these teams to continue moving on in. Getting caught out here in the open fields, not going to serve the players of Never Stop well at all. But because the players of X-Men Akatsuki have started this already, Never Stop is moving on in to finish things off. How will they set up this fight for themselves? Sana with the Mag 7 runs straight in towards Yan. Double barrel puts him down onto the ground. Funan takes Akila out of the equation as well. And X-Men Akatsuki, as quickly as they meet the players of Never Stop, they take them down one after the other. But Never Stop, I believe they've already sent one player away to play the game of survival, to bring the rest of them right back in here for the matchup. And with those 2 knocks, that's just going to keep the players of X-Men Akatsuki distracted just a little bit. Santa plays the game of survival and should be able to bring the rest of the players back unless Team Princess catches him halfway through.
Yeah. Once more, Santa Wu is taking a lot of that blue zone, and he is in a horrible spot. There's 2 teams that he needs to get through, and the base camp, well, the Sunside revival point is completely out of commission thanks to Team Princess taking over base camp. So Santa has very less places to go. Team Princess, they actually lost Mika Boy early on. Not really sure how that happened, but Team Princess can easily bring him back with the buy point. Yeah, so not much was lost for Team Princess as Santa is about to run into them.
My heart rate is crazily high right now, potentially because of how close some of those engagements were. But let's hope I don't get a heart attack on set. That's the players of Never Stop now. Getting a little bit too close to trouble. Team Princess, full squad, Sana, crouching towards those players. And I believe they want to buy their team members right back in. But with No Name holding on to that buy spot and Funan catching up with Santa.
No.
Santa doesn't have his eyes on him. Funan spots his back. Santa turns around, has got the shotgun. But what can he make work of it? Funan, as he catches Santa flying out. Time Turner pulled out by Santa. And he dances the ring around the Rosie around this Time Turner. But Funan, M1887. More than enough to take out the player of Never Stop. Team Princess continues on as they now engage with K9 Esports right on that revival platform. Let's see exactly how this fares for the team.
And here comes the nade. No Name getting forced out. The second one actually connects off the rebound. No Name getting knocked down. And X-Men Akatsuki actually takes on Jimmy Neo as well. So Team Princess fighting two different fights at the same time.
Wonderful.
And there's no way for them to get out of this one. And both X-Men Akatsuki and K9 work together to get the elimination. But now it's K9 Esports having high ground advantage against X-Men Akatsuki. But the good thing is X-Men Akatsuki do have the luxury of cover. But K9 does not. They gotta bring their buddy back up. You can see the amount of a commitment from the side of K9 Esports to make it happen. Funan has a nade in hand, and this could be a magical nade. Flag connects one onto Pain, and Funan is just going to go for the wraparound. Those glue walls will all fall down, and K9 Esports will be knocked out.
K9 Esports goes down alongside all of those nades as well as glue walls. It's a little bit of an unfortunate situation. Yes, they did have the high ground advantage against X-Men Akatsuki, but they're just not able to play all of those already laid out, well laid out glue walls to their advantage. And the Riptide Rhythms obviously making a little bit of a difference in there for the side of X-Men Akatsuki, but it was more towards the timing of execution as those glue walls got taken down one after the other. And X-Men Akatsuki should be able to play this to their advantage, but they have to find a defensive spot for themselves quickly before the players of Toda catches them out. But as Anxiety engages with Toda, Aim's taken out of the equation, all thanks to the one and only chessman, Funan. X-Men Akatsuki hopping on into this battle as well, and Anxiety will be able to play the third party from afar. Toda might just get caught out here, Husky.
Yeah, and Toda already off to a bad start. They actually flank his... Wow, his back is exposed. What an ironic way to go. On the prize. And Anxiety cleans things up. And Anxiety now comes in to take on X-Men Akatsuki. But no escape is in the corner. He actually was able to get an elimination onto Kanoho. As Anxiety are down to just two members. And Toby not looking too hot either. All these solar panels is making it so hard to fight if you're not on top of one of them. And of course, with that one nade, it's going to be Yan finishing off Toby. It's all down to the one and only chessman, who once more is already out of the fight.
And I love exactly what Chessman brought in here. And No Escape helps the players of Anxiety to get away by being the distractors in this equation. As they knock down one player from the side of X-Men Akatsuki, putting him out of the equation as well. Two final players left on end here for X-Men. Potter has got the Mag 7, just needs to close this distance down, spots those players out, but will not be able to aggress on fourth as that Mag 7 doesn't really provide you with a lot of that mag. And iPens brings out the grenade launcher to no avail, finished off by Potter, who does manage to execute those players with his shotgun. And No Escape, 6 kills in here so far. Wants to look for the final player on the side of Anxiety to put him out of his misery as well. But we all know Chessman is looking for one of those buy sides to buy his team an extra opportunity.
Yep. And to see if he can do it again. Of course, he was brought back earlier on. But I think his time might just run dry.
What a
see
spot,
Farang, Jembao, they're gonna run. Are they gonna run into the tent? That's the question. Oh, he's gonna check this one. Chessman's gotta fight this, and it seems like Chessman might not be able to get this done. It's 2 versus 1 in and out of the time turner. Chessman just does not have it in him, and Farang puts that to a stop. 3 teams left.
I mean, if the Charge Buster was overpowered in the previous meta, the Mag 7 currently is the weapon of choice for a very obvious reason, right? Rate of fire and the explosive power in those close range combats just puts the Mag 7 over the top. And, you know, when 2 Mag 7s go up against one, you know exactly what sort of a result that's going to bring. Regardless of your accuracy, in such a close situation, you're not going to have anything happen this is going to bring any positive results to your side. The players of Archangel sent out 2 players for the defensive run, but both of those players got taken out, and now one guy has got the Groza in hand to make a difference as No Escape engages with 2 teams at the very same time, Farang and Archangels. Archangels outside of the circle, they need to find a way in, so this is the perfect distraction that the Sri Lankans need.
We see Farang can take advantage of that. Nade go through Jembao, a good one onto Potter. A second nade connects, and Potter is out. Farang is doing a good job pushing No Escape out of the circle, and this might be a chance for Archangel, though. They're slowly sneaking into the circle. A perfect storm is brewing for Sri Lanka, at least for this last round, as No Escape dispatched by Farang, and we're down to a full-fledged team fight. 4-on-4, Farang against Archangel. Or 3-on-4, in fact. Archangel only has 3 to work with, unfortunately. And now Roma actually catches a glimpse. They get a decent tag, but they're not getting those knockdowns in. And you can see Farang, they're taking very aggressive positions to make sure that they get a good vision on Archangel. And unfortunately, with the blue zone closing in and Archangel's back facing it, the only way is forward. And they gotta get rid of Spade first. And Arseeker trying to find some space to work with. Exxon also running forward. They actually don't have much utility to work with on their side.
X-Gun now, opportunity, has got a lot of bullets there in that mag for that LMG, but does not have the accuracy to pull this off. Does manage to spray Spade down onto the ground. Too bad right behind there as well. X-Gun, can he do it? Needs to take that glue wall down, but at the wrong moment runs out of those bullets. But the barricade of glue walls keep being popped out one after the other. Roma to be picked right back up. That mag 7 is going to come in really handy as X-Gun now pulls out the time turner as well to protect the rest of his team members. Gets sprayed down. Seeker, SMG, UMP can't do much as he gets put down onto the ground as well. Jesbu was not looking out for that, but it will not be a possibility for the Sri Lankans to pick up the booyah as Farang strikes once again in day 3 of the league stage.
And Farang have woken up the sleeping dragon. Or should I say they are the sleeping dragon.
Amen,
3 booyahs in a single day, a hat trick for Farang. And up to this point, it's safe to say that the only booyah that Sri Lanka has ever obtained was by Never Stop on that day number 2. And aside from that, they can only come close to it. Farang, of course, not as overjoyed as we thought that they would be, but it's completely fine for Farang. It's another day in the office. It's another day of that X Do Easy brand that they carry forward, a legacy that I think there are a lot might have forgotten if they look past MCP Major Season 3.
Yeah.
But this 3 booyahs solidify Group C as the true contender of this league stage.
I mean, Farang, they started off at the 13th spot.
Oh, yeah?
And all they needed to do was just run their day of marathon in the best way that they can. And it looks like they've done exactly that, right? 8 matches, 3 booyahs from the 13th place. Nothing could have gone wrong in terms of that combination of events, right? Obviously, they have outperformed their own selves from day number 1 as well as day number 2. So it's all good on the side of Team Farang. But it's good to see Archangels make it through to that final circle.
Yeah.
It looks like this is the perfect play, so hopefully they keep it up.
Hopefully they do. But I think we gotta start talking about the kills as we go into the second stage, second half.
I'm not gonna go there, bro.
There's no better way to put it, right? I mean, if we're talking about qualification, I think that is something that they need to consider. But with everything else, this is my favorite moment of the day. I know we have that one nade wipe a team moment that we couldn't play 2 times, but the Kanoho outplay is my personal play of the day. Everything else, I think, is pretty much standard. ORV, ORV getting decent engages off as well. But this is one of those few moments where I felt like Never Stop again got the right idea to start a fight, but did not have what it takes to close it out.
And I blame this on you.
No.
I blame this on you, Husky, because I said you see someone, you run. You said see someone and get in there and engage, and that's what Never Stop did. And look at what happened here, man. They got cleaned out. I still think they need to play defense.
I mean, I'm not the one playing, so I am not responsible for anything. They made their choice.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate since they followed your advice and they went in. They tried their luck, but it's not their time just yet, man. And I think that's very clearly shown out there based on all of the results of engagement that both Never Stop and Archangels have taken so far.
Yeah.
They have not had a good track record of getting into these fights and walking away the victors. And it doesn't matter who they take the fight up against. And I feel like it's just a thing that they need to catch up over a couple of seasons, over a couple of competitions. So since this is their introduction into the whole world of esports for Free Fire, I just want to see them play that safe game a little bit more, and then of course sharpen up their skills in some of the official scrims that Garena runs as well, which they most definitely encourage all of these players to participate in. Hopefully we can see more aggression out of the Sri Lankans, but speaking of aggression, look at Farang, man. This is the kind of consistency that I did not expect out of Team Farang based on the way they've been performing in the league so far.
Oh yeah, I think if you tell me that Farang in the first after the first 2 days that Farang is going to be a contender, I would tell you to wait until the second shuffle.
Yeah.
But I guess we did not have to wait until that point. Again, 20 points, very standard for Farang at this point. They have set a new bar for themselves, so I don't want to see anything lesser than this moving forward. Moving X-Men and Katsuki also having a really great game, and of course no escape. It has been a stellar day for these guys. Same as Anxiety, Archangel makes it 10 points in 5th place. K9 Esports probably the best performance that they had throughout the entire day, which on hindsight sounds good, but in the bigger picture, this is a very slow day for the team.
Yeah, it was a horrible day for K9 Esports, which is quite the shocker here because I was expecting them to really take it up to the next level, right? Being part of Group B, they'd already played their marathon on day number 2. So today wasn't really a heavy day for them, but in the 4 opportunities that they got, if this was the best, then, questions needs to be asked within the organization itself as to what these players are actually focusing on out there on the battlefield. Team Princess, one of the teams that I did not expect a lot of in this day of play, brought out their very best round after round after round. I mean, this round in itself might not be the perfect example, but it's so much better in terms of their performance from day number 1 as well as 2, Aski.
Yeah, and of course, AKO Khmer, it looked like a perfect start.
Yeah.
And then Kanoho happened, so that was very, very unfortunate. It's one of those situations where you can clearly see who is mechanically better.
Yes.
And in that case, it was Kanoho taking down the entirety of AKO Khmer and Orange Esports, of course. After that one booyah, there was nothing left of them, 0 points. But this is the map recap of day number 3. We have reached the end of our first half of the group stage. And we have Axis Esports starting the day off hot, but that is pretty much it. They went cold afterwards. Farang getting 3 booyahs on game 2, 4, and 8. No Escape getting a booyah for themselves on game 3. Tola getting 1 on game 5. Anxiety bagging 1 on game 6. And of course Orange Esports bagging 1 for themselves in game 7. But do not let this map recap fool you, because No Escape, Geek Fam, Anxiety, Todak, and Farang have been absolutely consistent throughout the entire day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially the players of Anxiety, and whichever maps, whichever games that the players of Geek Fam played earlier on as well. I mean, in certain rounds, even without picking up the booyah, without their logos being placed in here, they were picking up that number 1 spot because of their massive rounds, right? And Anxiety did the exact same thing a couple of times as well. But Orange Esports and Axis Esports, both of these teams bringing in the consistent disappointment, I guess, by bagging a booyah and then immediately bombing out. That's the one thing that I do not wish upon anyone, because it's the worst way to have your confidence ripped away from your hearts.
I think it also really shows the competency of some of these teams, at least in that long run, right? You can get that one round, but can you keep that keep that rolling? And this is the overall standings. Again, Geek Fam in the lead, no questions asked. Anxiety pulling pretty close, the 55 points difference, and still a huge amount, but Anxiety has been doing a pretty good job in keeping tiptoeing towards Geek Fam. Farang makes it to 3rd place. That's a 10 place jump from 13 to 3 in just 8 rounds. That is incredible from this team.
But that is exactly what you expect from a 8-round day from a team with the capability of Farang.
Yes.
And the only thing that we can hold against them is absolutely nothing. They've already managed to equalize the number of top booyahs picked up by some of these teams, dominating the top 5 here in the competition, and they've matched up to them in terms of aggression. The one place that they can catch up is obviously the kills. When you compare them against Anxiety, although those placement points are solid. The kills, on the other hand, not as great. But the exact same thing can be said for Anxiety as well, which makes them quite the dangerous team to take on in the competition, as they're super aggressive even without focusing on their placement points as well as all of those final circle plays. Toda, as usual, bringing in the consistent performance into the competition. They stay at the 4th spot. K9 Esports, quite the dip of performance in here today. Not one of their best days. As a matter of fact, one of their worst days that we've seen in quite a while. They dropped multiple positions down into the 5th place here, alongside Bloodyhead as well, who now moved down into the 6th spot with 168 points, Sasuke.
I'm just happy to see No Escape and ORV on that front page. Right?
Oh,
that
yeah.
was what we expected.
Yeah.
4 out of the 6 teams from Group C of the first half of the group stage on first place with Anxiety. Then we have Farang, then with No Escape and ORV. A very strong statement from the group, but that is going to change. That is going to be irrelevant by the end of the day. So I want to quickly set up a defense for myself. Well, before that, I want to say that the race for 12th spot is very, very neck and neck. I want to set up a defense for myself. You see, if you look at Never Stop, if you look at their kill points, actually it is not too bad compared to Archangel, right? So they can actually take those fights. It's just they need a bit more of their coordination, a bit more discipline to make it work.
You see, sir.
And hold your horses.
Okay.
I think Archangel are in a bit of a problem right now, because everyone else can race for that 12th spot, but Archangel is lagging a bit behind, and I fear that their run might come to an end before the group stage itself ends.
I can't help but agree that Never Stop is quite proficient at taking some of these engagements. But all I'm asking them, all I'm trying to convince Never Stop is, imagine if you can take these skills in the final circle. What big of a difference that can make for you. I mean, look at Diversity Gaming. Diversity Gaming is just one of the team that very quickly picked up on the matter of just focusing on those placement points. Diversity Gaming is the team that has revived the most number of players in the league stage so far.
Yeah, well, look at AQ Camille. Those guys just run and gun and they have 67 kills. That is actually pretty impressive, right, for a team that had a very slow start. Though I'm going to shoot down my point right now. Even though Never Stop has 46 kills, I can guarantee you a lot of them came from taking out Archangel members. So it's like a bit of an inflated number, but again, you take whatever you can get. So it's a bit of a conundrum right there. Like where do they stand in terms of frags? Like, sure, I can outfrag my own region, but up against everyone else, that's where we see a bit of a problem. Though they did get a decent amount on day 2. On that one map, they got a booyah. But aside from that, it felt like they were just taking scraps. But let's look at tomorrow's schedule for the second half of the group stage. Nothing much changes in terms of map pool and the groupings. At least what the groups are going to play against each other. We still start with Bermuda. We still go to Kalahari, Purgatory, and Alpine and run it back-to-back 2 times. Group A will be doing their marathon against Group B first for the first 4 rounds and Group C for the last 4 rounds.
Absolutely, and I don't think we have got the shuffled up groups to show you guys just yet, so that will have to be in the introduction part of tomorrow, so we can anticipate a lot of storylines being created at the very start of the day in itself, because that's going to be making such a huge difference for those teams out there. And I have to say, especially the Sri Lankans, because
Don't worry.
The worst thing that can happen for Sri Lanka right now is to have 2 of their teams thrown into Group A and then force them to run the marathon tomorrow. That's the worst thing that could happen.
That's where, I don't know, like I've ran out of advice. I've exhausted my ideas. I felt like, you know, if there's anything they want to do, like take initiative. I think that's the most important part, right? Regardless of whether you take initiative to fight, take initiative to run, there has to be a very definitive call, and also it has to be adjustable on the fly. And I think certain very obvious one-track approaches by some of these teams, not just from the Sri Lankan teams, but also some teams from the Malaysian region and also the Philippine region, has led them down a path where they just lose out rounds early on. Right? We've seen that from Orange, we've seen that from Axis, where they make a call, they realize that it's not going well, and they have no backup plan for it. And I know it's a very advanced thing to talk about, but it's something that these teams need to take into consideration.
That's why I say don't fight, my friend. Because you don't have a backup plan, so run away. Don't even get into that engagement.
Yeah, but if you run away, you also need a backup plan. What if the opposing team forces the occasion?
That's a GG
That's
right
my
there.
point, right? You gotta have a backup plan. Like if you're forced to fight, what do? You can't just throw your hands up and be like, I'm done for the round. It doesn't change anything.
My best advice, I don't know if you guys want to listen to a
He's a
caster who's
pacifist.
not playing the game. I mean I'm a pacifist when it comes to consistency of getting kicked right back out of the lobby time and time again, right? I think in those situations, I will double back down and look at the Cambodians. They built their confidence up with the placement points before they started aggressively taking the kills. Not AK or Khmer, they are the outliers because I think they've got pure skill, but just no proper strategy to go out there and execute with
We are
consistency.
completely polarizing characters, right? You don't want to get kicked back to the lobby. I'm the guy that I'm gonna run in, I die, I queue again. I'm gonna just rage queue until I win a round. That's how it is. But with that being said, that concludes day number 3. That concludes the first half of our group stage. Tomorrow we come back and we run it back all again with Group A playing 8 rounds in a row. But most importantly, it will be the new shuffle
We
that
actually
we
have
get
the new
to
shuffles?
see. And we're on that, right?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the new groupings because I am very excited to see how production just tricked us.
Yeah,
We see the new
production's
grouping tomorrow.
trolling
So
us right now.
we are all in suspense. Production having a lot of fun because they know the new grouping. But the point is, we'll come back tomorrow, same time, and that's where we will see who gets to continue the consistency for the second half of the group stage. I'm Husky. Here's the Mustachio AJ on behalf of everyone except for our producer that trolled us. We wish you guys a very good day. We see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan 2 pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL adalah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk